you stare into the dark, I hope you see the light. What you don't seem to understand is, I'm not trapped in here with you. You're trapped in here with me. Who taught you the things you know? Who taught you love? Who taught you hate? Who taught you who to like, who to follow? Who taught you life? Who taught you death? To beg, to steal? Who taught you to sleep? Who taught you when to wake up? Who taught you to go to work? Who taught you good? Who taught you evil? Who taught you peace? Who taught you what to buy? When to borrow? Who taught you greed? Who taught you money? Who taught you power? Who taught you life? Who taught you death? Me.
Hello and welcome back to another wonderful night of racing. Well, fortunately for us, I'm back. Well, hopefully you guys are excited to see me back in the booth. Again, I am Dylan, aka So-Called Designs, and man, I am super excited for another Coast to Coast Racing League event this week. Well, it's none other than the renowned Gatorback Cycle Park for the 2024 Coast to Coast Racing League Mini Olympics, presented by MXB Factory and 223 Performance Racing. Wow, we have just under a minute before qualifying gets underway, but man, I could not be more excited to see some of these faces. Just so everybody knows, tonight's format is a little different than we have been accustomed to. It's a kind of a mixed bag, but I wanted to go over this and kind of explain it before, we get started, as some of our 125 All-Star riders are taking the track right now. But here, as we go ahead, I'll pull these up so you guys can take a look. So, for tonight, we will have a 15-minute motocross qualifier where the top 36 will advance from this class. From there, we will have a 15-minute plus 1 lap main event for the motocross side. It is basically winner takes all for that. No second chances, no second motos, anything like that. From there, we will have a 10-minute qualifying session for the SX side of this track. After that session is done, it's more of a practice session, but all that is going to do is it's going to confirm what heat race you will be in. From there, we will have 2 7-minute plus 1 lap heat races where the top 11 will advance. I'm kind of concerned on how that works, but don't really know why it's top 11. I think it should be top 18. I might have made a mistake there. But from there, we will have a 15-minute plus 1 lap main event for the Supercross series. So let's go ahead and just take a look at qualifying. But before we do that, we're going to go ahead and kick off. Well, you guys probably know this. It's going to be the label pre-show.
Held at the renowned Gatorback Cycle Park in Gainesville, Florida. This event features a variety of skill levels, as well as challenging tracks. Welcome to the Coast to Coast Racing League Mini Olympics, presented by MXB Factory and 200 Performance Racing. Get ready to drop the gate for an unforgettable night of racing, as riders go head to head for the crown.
There we go. Was muted that entire time. Let's get on board. Ooh, I think Splash is going to be one to watch tonight. This guy is insanely fast and usually puts on a pretty good performance. So we're coming across the finish line for the first time for him. Man, these 125s are fun to watch, especially on a track like this. You know, Fuelas tracks have usually been, you know, for all intents and purposes, pretty difficult as far as roughness and ruts and all of that. But this track in particular, the hills have really been kind of the struggle point. I've only done a couple of laps on this track so far, and from what I can tell, you know, as this track breaks down, it's going to get a little faster in some spots, but in a majority of these, you know, super rough straightaways, downhills, you're going to see guys trying to keep those wheels on the ground and not bounce as far as they possibly can to really gain traction. Specifically on these 125s, man, it's going to be really difficult for a lot of these guys to actually be able to get the power for some of these bigger jumps. Specifically the first step up in that gator back section. And I mean, for a lot of these guys, this track really isn't all that difficult as far as big lines that are really gonna, separate the, men from the boys. Oh, his Splash jumps into the whoop section. I was eyeing that up earlier on the couple of laps that I was, spinning around this track. And man, that line is probably one of the only lines that you're going to see guys actually uncork to be able to get that advantage. Everywhere else, most of the lines are pretty self-explanatory, pretty straightforward. Not a lot you can do there to make up time. So it's going to be a game of seconds in this qualifying, or tenths of seconds in this qualifying session, as a lot of people are running the same speed. As we come down into this valley, one more time for Splash. He looks like he's on an absolute burner with a 1:45.07. Wow. That's a great way to start the night. Sitting in the second spot is going to be James Bondage on that Husqvarna machine. The 191 of Turbo on that Sure Visuals AEO ride. He's pretty far off the pace now, but I think he'll be one that we definitely want to watch in this class for sure. Like I said, I mean, it's pretty close up in here. You got guys in the 148s there, but, as we work our way back, it seems like a lot of these guys are going to be sitting right around that 150 mark. As we got Guion 37 holding down the 5 spot right now. Let's go back on with Turbo on that Sure Visuals ride. Absolutely. Oh, just comes up a little short and out of frame there as he's going to head back to the pits. Hey, Seawalk on the Normsco ride. Hey, fellow editor. Love Seawalk stuff. Glad to see he's back to racing. Took a little bit of hiatus from bikes for a little bit there, but, he's coming out, showing his support, repping the old Normsco machine on that gas. I don't do a whole lot of 125 racing, so I'm not entirely sure what the meta is or whatever, the best bike. I've always been partial to the KTM 125. I thought that bike was really solid in Beta 18, and it seems to be still solid for Beta 19. But wow, Splash with a 1:45.07. That is absolutely moving for a 125. Incredible for him. Seawalk trying to jump into the whoops as well. Man, that line is going to be tough. Who else do we have in here? Let's take a look at some other guys as we go down the line. James Bondage moving into the 3 spot. Turbo into the 4 spot. Spink into the 5 spot. Jack on that JGD Grit Moto Co. Husqvarna in the 6 spot. Guion moving into the 7 spot. Ryan on that Race Tech KTM. The 104 of Jed C on that Craigslist KTM in the 9 spot. Rounding out the top 10, that's going to be none other than our 223 PR Holmes. Now this guy, he shows a lot of speed outside and inside. I think it's definitely one to watch tonight. But there are some really fast guys, and he's going to have to put on the afterburners if he wants to keep himself, especially in title contention here, as Splash has dropped another full second off his lap time, moving into the 144 range. This guy is absolutely cruising tonight. as we are just about halfway done with our qualifying session. I think it's going to be really imperative for these guys as these lines start to form in qualifying to really set in, get into that good race pace, and try to, start finding lines, finding time, where you can make up 2/10 here, a tenth there, because, I mean, if we're looking at these times, they're not separated by a ton. I think the top, obviously Splash is running in insanely fast lap here, but if we look at, basically from second to 10th here, it's 2 seconds of a spread for the top 10, which is pretty close, I would say. We'll go back on with Lloydie as he's going to take the 3 spot now, as we are halfway done with our qualifying session. Solid ride for the sure visuals. Arrow, KTM rider. Oh man. Lloydie holding on to the 3 spot there in this qualifying session. James Bondage, who was early on in the 2nd position and a little bit of the leader for this qualifying session, he's holding on to that 4 spot. Ocean, as he's going to go down in the same corner, hold on to the 5 spot. Oh, the 199 machine. He'll be in the 6th spot, trying to claw his way into the top 3. Spink going to go down, holding down the 7th spot. Jack on that JGD. Gritmoto Co. Husqvarna, he will be in the 8th spot as he's just kind of hanging out off the side of the track. Let's take a look. Ooh, man, if you're, basically, I would say you're going to have to be probably in that, 150 and under to qualify for this event tonight. I know a lot of these guys are extremely fast. I don't think anybody expected Splash to come out and throw down a 144. As he has proven that he wants to absolutely dominate this 125 class tonight. Seawalk, 4 seconds behind is still 4 seconds, but look at how close these times are. We got Lloydie that's only 2/10 off of him, sitting in 3rd. James Bondage, that's right around that same area, in 4th. Only really just over half a second off is the 5 spot. So the top 5 is all within a half a second. That's pretty close. So we might see some really good racing for potentially a podium tonight, which I am absolutely excited to see. We'll go back on board with our current qualifying lap time leader of Splash on that SPX Performance KTM, the 817. I mean, this guy is absolutely flying. He's going to take a break, maybe try to size up that line one more time. Seawalk trying to find his way. Whoa! Oh man, these TV cameras, they are something. Trying to find him. There we go. As he comes across the finish line. Oh, it looks like Spink has found a couple of seconds here and will move into the 2 spot late in this qualifying session. Only 2.5 seconds off of Splash. Man, that's incredible. These guys are absolutely moving. Looks like a high 146, probably closer to that 147 range But still, a fast time nonetheless, especially for these 125s. I feel like a lot of this 125 class is going to be determined on how much time you can keep that bike on the ground as far as, you know, traction is concerned and momentum. Because when, you know, we all know how slippery these tires can be, especially with this new update, and with the 125s not having a whole lot of power, it's definitely going to be a tough one to see. Seawalk trying to send that hip jump into the whoops to lower his time down. Not going to make it. Comes up a little short there. Lloydie just on the outside looking in. The 492 Sure Visuals rider. I think we saw Lloydie a lot in the Loretta series and the outdoor series for sure. I remember seeing him quite a bit in this 125 class. So definitely somebody that enjoys racing the two strokes. I mean, I'm here for it. I think tonight's going to be really exciting as far as racing is concerned. Brian saying that Ocean's got it tonight. I don't know, man. He's going to have to pick up the pace a little bit, at least in qualifying. I know hot laps aren't everything, but man, 4 seconds off the pace on this guy. Whew. And just to be clear, the All-Star race is an open class, so anybody can, or any skill level can be in this class, so I would expect, you know, maybe a couple of people from the B group qualifying to be able to put up a time like that. I know I saw Rax was in the signups for this evening's race, so definitely one to watch out for. I think it'll be an exciting battle between those two for sure. With just over a minute left in this qualifying session, oh man, it's going to be a really close one. Like I said earlier, it's definitely a track where every 10th counts because, I mean, unless you're in that, you know, 150 range, which a lot of these guys are barely sitting at that 150 mark. I'm thinking we might even be closer to dropping into the 149s on this 125 to get into tonight's main events. There is no qualifier for SX, so if you don't make it into this MX qualifier, you will not be racing the SX event at all, which is kind of a shame, just based on the format that Ruts has laid out, and all of the CCRL guys, you know, they deemed that it was just easier, and I inclined to agree because it's going to be a lot of downtime as far as, you know, servers are concerned, people getting loaded in, getting ready to race, all of that. It's going to be a lot of moving parts, but I'm excited. You know, they do a really nice job of putting on these events for everybody, and something of this size and this kind of caliber, doing multiple classes instead of just like 250 and 450. It really makes it fun. I know the Coast to Coast guys try their best to do, you know, an event that is fun for everybody involved, regardless of skill level. Just have, you know, a really competitive environment for everybody where they can feel like they're actually racing for something and not just getting stomped on by guys that are either way too fast for what this league is or are just trying to, you know, boost their ego a little bit. But no ego boost for this guy right now. He has shown that he is the fastest guy on the track for quite some time, as he's got Seawalk and Lloydie locked in, loaded, the third and fourth qualifier right now. As they head around this hip jump, man, that is so fast. Lloydie looks like he got it. Seawalk still struggling to get that line in this qualifying session. Time has expired. So maybe we got one more heater out of Splash as we're coming around these tabletops here. And off the roller, electing to go outside to the inside in this split lane section. Definitely an interesting line, but I mean, no one's going to argue with the fact that this guy has found the hot lines here tonight. Absolutely screaming around the outside one last time as time has expired, and that will be it. Oh man, and he goes faster even yet with a 143.866 for splash on that SPX Performance KTM, the 817. In the 2 spot is going to be the 492 of Lloydie on that Sure Visuals ride. Rounding out our podium will be Spink, the 129 rider. And just on the outside looking in, the Norms Co. Gas rider, the 462 of Seawalk. 3.7 seconds off of Splash, but man, we're going to take a short break here, folks, as we get ready to go racing.
You better move. I feel good when I pull. I feel good when I push. You better move. You better move. Nada necesario que me dejes el control. Cuando juegues funny with her bitch, you better move. Nada necesario que me dejes el control. Cuando juegues funny with her bitch.
I walk out of swim like, I'ma air that bitch like, if I hit him up with a G, then whole block out with that shit. When I push and I pull, when I, sorry, hold up.
Cuando juegues funny with her bitch, you better move. Cuando juegues funny with her bitch, you better move.
You better move, you better shake, you better throw it back. Clean that cake, nigga, them knees, we getting patty mad. I'm throwing them in, so over your head, like it's a red bug. I'm flowing on new shit, out of the lorry, and killing them all fin. I walk out of swim like, I'ma air that bitch like,
I can flip the script 20 ball. Fuck the teacher, man, shit's a ball. Two-stepping on the fucking scene, stopping on your teeth, making every laugh. Fuck the combination, lil' hoe. Fuck the label too, lil' bro. Scalping back TJs with rusty spoons and ash and cigarettes out.
Sunshine beating on the good times, moonlight racing from the grave. String band playing more of that honky tonks, pretty young thing going dancing in the rain. High heel lady spitting at the Nicky Jacks, businessman with a needle and a spoon. Coyote chewing on a cigarette, pack of young boys going howling at the moon. Hey darling, sleeping on the blacktop. Hey darling, running through the trees, honey. Hey darling, leaving for the next town. Lesson my sense catches up with me. Three dead in a crash on the number 4. 2 witnesses blown up high. Not sure whose will be done. You can call me a sinner for wondering why. Hey darling, sleeping on the blacktop. Hey darling, running through the trees, honey. Hey darling, leaving for the next town. Lesson my sense catches up with me. Liquor tastes sweeter in this town. Could it be it's the same as the last? I swear I've seen your face elsewhere before, just as familiar as a bottle and a glass. Hey darling, sleeping on the blacktop. Hey darling, running through the trees, honey. Hey darling, leaving for the next town. Lesson my sense catches up with me. Hey darling, sleeping on the blacktop. Hey darling, running through the trees, honey. Hey darling, leaving for the next town. Lesson my sense catches catches up with me.
All I wanna do is go out trapping with the shoes. Wrist game froze, you should see the way we do it. Sexy little bitch, she throwing titties out the window. You from out of town, but you know what we get into. All I wanna do is go out trapping with the shooters. Wrist on froze, you should see how I maneuver. Shorty say she down and up and flex with all the shooters. Shorty, all you gotta get ahead of all my shooters. I came in, I just pulled it off the lot. Sailing like a pirate, I came in with a yacht. I came up off a drop and not the spot. Tell me if you fucking, cause it's backups if you're not. I'm just flexing, too hard. Woo. Threesome, session, two bras. Every time I step out, shit lit. I just walked in, Heisman, you bitch. Boy, them trying to catch me with the shooters. Snow I'm down to catch one if you shoot us. No more putting shooters in the Uber. They can't hop back in it when they. All I wanna do is go out trapping with the shooters. Wrist game froze, you should see the way we do it. Sexy little bitch, she throwing titties out the window. You from out of town, but you know what we get into. With shooters, wrist on froze, you should see how I maneuver. Shorty say she down and up and flex with all the shooters. Shorty, all you gotta get ahead of all my shooters. I came in, I just pulled up with the slab. She don't know her father, but her mama call me dad. Go designer shopping, copy, fucking up the tab. Rich for my stick as fuck, I had to brag. Harleys, diamonds, homie. Don't it get you horny? It's late, but I can't leave. It's lit, rolling, top down, my shit legit.
Shake me down. Not a lot of people left around. Who knows now? Softly laying on the ground. Ooh. Not a lot of people left around. Ooh. Ooh. In my life, I've seen people walk into the sea just to find memories plagued by constant misery. Their eyes cast down, fixed upon the ground. Their eyes cast down. I'll keep my eyes fixed on the sun. Shake me down, cut my hair on a silver cloud, a broken sound, softly laying on the ground. Not a lot of people left around. In my past, bittersweet, found no love between the sheets. Taste of blood, broken dreams, lonely times indeed. With eyes cast down, fixed upon the ground. With eyes cast down. I'll keep my eyes.
Place you found me. Is anyone there? Hey. Let the waves of time and space surround me. Yeah, 'cause I need room to breathe. Let me float back to the place you found me. Found me, found me, found me, found me.
Yeah. 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 Who the jiggy nigga with the gold links? Got me reminiscing about my old days. 3-6 sucker nigga dick, no foreplay. All day, booming out the trap through the hallway. Tell me what you niggas know about. Auntie saying turn it down, or she finna call the cops. We been plotting on the op, she the one who got the drop. Just a free quick fix it up, and it's okay. They gon' take me back to my old ways. I was trying to chill, pop the sales ever since I got a deal. Kick it with my model chick, sick Chris. Fuck niggas wanna diss, now I gotta let them know it's really drill. Lord pretty Flacco Jordy.
Man, fuck this trash, dude. I need to go somewhere cool, somewhere remote. You know, like that Greenland shit. Yo, what the fuck is this guy's deal? Doesn't he know he's got a moto coming up?
And then rain is in the forecast Monday through Sunday of next week.
Bro, it always
every
fucking
single
rains
day.
here. I'm
That's
so
why I said
fucking sick
Jonah
and tired of
Monday
this
through
shit,
Sunday.
man. Fuck. All right, we are back, and man, we are getting ready for our first race of the evening. It's going to be the 125 All-Stars motocross race. We're just, getting ready to have people load in, whatnot. But I'm really excited. We had some notables in this, in the qualifying session, the Group A qualifying session. Splash with an absolutely dominant performance. I believe he was 2 seconds faster than the entire field, which is an incredible feat all in of itself. But hey, let's just take a look here. I'll just run down the list of names. I mean, we got Handy Packs and that Klebco Vision machine, the number 288. He looked absolutely outstanding. Ocean and that OGs, he looked really good in qualifying as well. Let's not forget, Lloydie, he was pretty fast in that A group as well. Spink, another outstanding rider on that 121 KTM. Let's see, who else? Any other? We got Cooper on the Vision MX Klebco. Turbo, the 191 machine on that Sir Visuals AEO KTM. Man, I mean this class is it's kind of its own thing. A lot of these guys are mainly 250 guys, but maybe some of them are just dropping down to race at 125 to just, excuse me, have some fun. But man, I could not be more excited. I mean, we got a little bit more time as people are loading in. I think we're just waiting on 2 more people for this main event before this gets started. It's certainly definitely going to want to watch it's going to be too close to call. I didn't see a lot of the guys in the second session of qualifying, but excuse me. I know Splash is definitely one that is has the potential to throw down, and he definitely looked like he wanted to show up and show out. Oh, man. All right, well, I don't know, man. I did a couple of laps, and here's what I'll say. The Mini O's event is super cool. It's a great way for a lot of these guys to oh my god. I'm dying. There we go. It's a great way for a lot of these guys to actually get some exposure, at least from the real life standpoint. You go down to this Mini O's event, you perform well in the Open Pro Sport, the B classes, what have you. But I will say this, the Supercross track, I have a problem with the Supercross track and the fact that it pays futures points for a lot of these kids to, go and race potentially at, A2 for the futures event, because it's not a Supercross track. And anybody that thinks it is, well, I'm sorry, but you're just not that guy. But hey, is what it is. That's just my opinion. We got 6 minutes left before we're going to get going here. So what I will do is this. I will get us over into kind of the pit area. We'll take a look at some of these pits or some of the kits for the 125 All-Stars class. Let's make sure I'm in the free roam mode. All right. So let's go take a look. As these guys are kind of ripping around the Supercross track here. Where are the pits in this track? There's the 817 of Splash on the SPX Performance KTM. Oh, here's the pits. There we go. Ooh, I gotta imagine this is an MXB factory machine. Man, this bike is clean. I like it. This is super well put together. Really nice job. Oop. Oop. Oops. Oops. Gonna have to flip that around. Devil's in the details, boys. But other than that, man, this bike looks really sick. I like it. The 556 of Koja. Guys doing some wheelies out here. We got James Bondage. I guess this is kind of the nice part about having two tracks or multiple tracks. We got Nick B on that iSpec Racing KTM. Alright, well, we know what that sound is, folks. It's time to go racing. We've got our one and only motocross race tonight. Man, it's going to be excited. The guys are loading the gates now. I mean, it's going to be hard to argue with the 817 of Splash. The guy absolutely dominated qualifying. He looked really fast. I think he's definitely going to be the one to watch tonight. Everybody else, well, I mean, they can take it to him. But I'm not not going to hold my breath for a lot of these guys. All right, start sequence is live. The revs are up. We're about ready to go racing here in Gainesville, Florida at Gatorback Cycle Park. Who's going to be the first to the first corner? Jax. Ooh, a little bit of a cut there, but he's going to be out front early on. Lloydie in tow. Nick B trying to make the jump, make the pass down into the valley as we head up the Gatorback section. Nick B on that iSpec. No, so Lloydie's going to take the position away as we're heading up this first step up. Oh, man. The 492 Sure Visuals rider out front. Nick B in tow. Oh, we got a couple of riders going off track. That's going to allow Jack on that JGD Grit Moto Co. KTM to move into third, but Pax, Handy Pax, is heading right after him, not letting him go. Both electing to go inside. Looks like Pax had a little bit of a better drive into that inside line. As we go down this long sweeping section. Now, a lot of these guys have been attempting this kind of hip jump into the rollers. I just don't know if that's going to be the ideal line for a lot of these guys. But hey, I'm going to swap over to the TV cameras and we're going to take a look at Lloydie. As Nick B has put his sights on him and is going to try to make the pass, but he's not going to make it stick through the switchback section. An absolutely great start for Lloydie. Super good in qualifying. I mean, a little bit off the pace, but not too bad. Only 2 seconds. But, I mean, it's a great start for him as our qualifying our fastest qualifier, Splash, is buried all the way back into 7th, so he's really going to have some work cut out for him. But Lloydie trying to set sail. I mean, we got 13 minutes plus a lap in this main event, so he's really kind of put the pressure on. And I mean, this is a great start for this guy. He looks good. It's definitely worthwhile. I mean, he's going to definitely be one of those guys that, you know, can probably run consistent laps. And with already a 3.5 second lead over 2nd place, I mean, he's set himself up perfectly to win this motocross main event. Wow. It did not take him long. Splash has moved all the way up into 3rd. And now he has set his sights on Nick B as riders are coming off the top of that hill and coming into the next lane. That's going to allow Splash to make the pass into 2nd. Oh man, if you're Lloydie, you better be careful. Absolutely sending it into those rollers. It's the first person I've seen do that hip jump correctly. Oh man, this might be tough. Guys coming off the top of that hill. That might play spoilers in a lot of these guys' races. So, definitely one to watch. Where has Lloydie gone? Oh, I think Lloydie did get tangled up. Oh, man. Well, good night for the rest of these guys as Splash has set his sights on the lead and obtained it all in 2 laps on this track. A terrible start, but man, this guy is absolutely cruising. He wants to prove that he is the fastest one on the track. And, I mean, getting to the front after a pretty god-awful start in 2 laps, this guy is definitely looking to win this moto tonight. All right, let's check back in with Nick B. Nick B and Lloydie going after it. Looks like Lloydie might have some cuts here. But holding on to the 3 spot, Nick B will be in the 2 spot based off timing and scoring. MXB Aiden on that Surgeco, AMXco, KTM just on the outside looking in the 4 spot. Rounding out our top 5, that's going to be Jack on that JGD, Grit Moto Co, KTM. Oh, actually, Handy Packs will move into the 5 spot with the 223 performance rider of Holmes just out in front of him, holding down 6th with cuts. Oh, as Holmes is going to go down. Ooh, that might allow Seawalk, who switched bikes, went to the KTM. Decided didn't want to ride the gas, so we'll just grab a different manufacturer and we'll go out and we'll try it. Seems to be working pretty well for him now. Ooh, as he's going to go down, get the commentator's curse. Sorry, buddy. Didn't mean to do that. Let's take a look at this fight for 2nd. It looks like Lloydie has caught the rear wheel of Splash. So it is not over. These 125 races are always interesting. Because it's never really it's not really a game of, you know, who can hit the big lines so much. It's more of who can keep that 125 absolutely wound out for 15 minutes plus a lap. Because a lot of these, you know, a lot of these guys know that these bikes are pretty starved for power. Some of these jumps are pretty undersized, but they're not too terrible. I definitely think it's a tough one to watch, especially like this Gatorback section here as they're headed up this hill. You know, these 125s, they just don't have enough to get over some of these big jumps, and it really is critical for these guys to hit those marks, especially in these motos. But it definitely looks like Lloydie has held on to the rear wheel of Splash, who is currently out front and trying to break away. Not really what I expected after his first opening laps, where he was able to, you know, crawl his way back up to the lead. Must have got into contact with some guys coming off that that little step down there, or step over at the top of the hill, cutting into the next lane of the track. Now I want to just mention, like, that line right there is insanely difficult. And it seems to be the only guy that I've seen get consistently over that first roller. And what that is allowing him to do is it's allowing him to gain enough time and enough speed through those rollers by cutting that corner short ever so slightly. I mean, you can see it. Like, he put, you know, 3-4 bike lengths between him and Lloydie just by being able to do that hip jump. But yeah, I mean, as we're just under halfway, or just over halfway in this main event, we'll give you a quick top 10 rundown brought to you by East Coast Dirtbags. All right, Splash X out front, 4-second lead over Lloydie on that Sure Visuals Aero KTM machine. The 711 of Nick B on that iSpec KTM will be rounding out our podium position. Just on the outside looking in is going to be the 214 of Aiden on that Surge Co. AMX Co. KTM. And rounding out our top 5. Oh man, it's a fist fight here, but it is going to be Jack on that JGD Grit Moto Co. The 180 machine. Holding on to it. Ooh, excuse me, Jax on the OG MDC RC KTM. He will take over the 5 spot as Jack and Drake are battling it out in front of him. Maybe a mistake out of that. All the way down to 7th. In the 8th spot, we've got Spink and Seawalk going at it for the 8th spot. And then rounding out our top 10, that's going to be Weremy and that BNFR Husqvarna. In the 11th spot, that's going to be JB on that Sure Visuals AEO KTM machine. Just on the outside looking in. Not too far behind him, Cooper. And Holmes getting into it here. But man, out front, I mean, this guy has... wow. Absolutely dominated with a Ronnie Mac boner air over that little tabletop there. He is putting in the work. 6.2 seconds, 6.25 seconds, man, in a lap. This guy is absolutely cruising. What was his last lap around? Let's just take a quick look. The 817, his fastest is a 145 over Lloydie's 146. Not too far off the pace, but I mean, definitely it's showing here. I mean, Splash is absolutely dominating. He's got 11 seconds over Nick B, who will take over the 2 spot now. Lloydie not too far behind him. Maybe trying to make a, you know, another push here into the 2 spot. But it's definitely a battle for the podium. Looks like everybody else is kind of separated. MXB Aiden's kind of an island in 4th. Jax will hold down the 5 spot on his own little island. We got a little bit of a battle here for the 6th spot between Spink, Jack, and Drake, and Weremy, who's entered the chat. Absolutely tossing it off of that. Ooh, Drake gonna get into the rear wheel of Spink there for a little bit. Holds on to it, keeps him off the ground. Got a rider down. I don't know who that was. Might have been Jax. Not sure. Ooh, Jax does go down. That's going to allow Spink around him into the 5 spot. You know, MXB Aiden. This guy's showing some real speed. Didn't really take a whole lot of, you know, didn't give this guy a whole lot of credit. I've seen him kind of race throughout the last couple of years, whether it was GRD series or whatever, and never really gave this guy any credit for, you know, his speed. But he's holding down 4th right now in this 125 race. But man, out front of him, we've got Nick B and Lloydie in an absolute fist fight for this 2 spot. 23 seconds back. I mean, we got 4 minutes plus a lap left, and Splash has absolutely gapped these guys. I mean, all but in the record books here, folks, between for the 817 of Splash on that SPX Performance Racing. I think he's going to take the Moto 1 win, or the main event win in this motocross division for sure. But the 711 of Nick B holding on to it. But Lloydie absolutely sending it off the roller. Is he going to have enough to get over this little step up? Ooh, he comes up a little short. That's going to allow Nick to get just enough of a gap between him. Thwart off the pass one last time, or one more time. Man, these guys are absolutely sending it here, folks. Oh, man. You hate to see it. A lot of these guys just retiring. Race is not going how they planned. Nick B holding on. Guy looks really solid. Doing his best to stay out in front of these guys for sure. I mean, he has thwarted off the pressure from Lloydie. If you're Lloydie right now, you have to get back up to the rear wheel, focus on, running clean laps, getting those big lines, not, coming up short. Make sure you're getting the right amount of power to the ground and not sliding out or making any mistakes in corners. It's coming down to this. We've got just under 2 minutes plus a lap left in this. I mean, out front, this guy is absolutely gone. I mean, there's no question in my mind that this guy will win the main event tonight here. Barring, a game crash or anything, it's all but in the record books. But these two fighting for the second position, I mean, the silver medal is definitely still up for grabs. Oh, I thought Lloydie went down, but no, he did not. Held on to it. He is trying. He has caught the rear wheel, trying everything to get to Nick B. Up the inside. Does he have the pass? He does not. This section is so difficult because here's the thing about Gatorback, right? A lot of these like hills that have these rollers on top. Oh, as Nick B's gonna go down, that's gonna allow Lloydie by, and he will take the 2 spot away, and Aiden's there to capitalize. It's unfortunate that he has so many cuts. That's gonna put him back down to 6, but man, without the cuts, he probably would have been looking at a 3rd here. I mean, the race is definitely not over, and Lloydie still hasn't secured the spot as timing and scoring is concerned. But Nick B, oh man, a heartbreaking mistake late in this moto. Could be looking at potentially dropping him down. I mean, 9 seconds of cuts, that's a lot there. Nick B will still hold on to that, but now he's got Jax on his rear wheel that's looking at a 3rd as he's going to get into the back of him and go down. That's going to allow Spink into the 3 spot. Lloydie has secured it as time has expired, so we will see the white flag this time by for our front runner, the 817 SBX Performance Rider Splash. Let's check back in with Lloydie in the 2 spot, Spink in the 3 spot. Jax in 4th, Nick B falling all the way back to 5th, and MXB Aiden, who's currently out in front. I mean, he's going to have to absolutely charge these last 2 laps to break away and potentially secure that 3rd spot. I mean, he's close. He's got to get 6 more seconds and he'll be able to do it. Especially for, guys like Spink. He's got a little bit of company here with Nick B. Yeah, he's going to have to get around Nick B again. I mean, if you're Aiden, you have to be putting on the burners right now. All right, white flag is out for our leader, Splash. Unfortunate that this guy didn't get a ton of TV coverage tonight, but, when you set sail and gap the field by 30 seconds, man, it's kind of hard to just watch that. I'd love to watch a practice session and, hang out and just talk about him, but this is a race and we are looking for the action. So as it sits right now, Lloydie will hold on to the 2 spot. MXB Aiden still does not have enough. He needs 5 more seconds to secure that 3rd, but with cuts, unfortunate. Spink will hold on to the 3 spot. this time by Nick B, still out in front of him as well. I mean, it comes down to this, folks. It really does. Sounds like Ocean has put in an absolute charge. Where are we at? As we are heading through the whoops one last time for our leader Splash on the SPX Performance machine. Man, this guy absolutely dominated tonight. No doubt about it. Showed up, 2 seconds faster than everybody in qualifying. Almost 3 seconds faster than a lot of those guys. This is, an absolute beatdown for a lot of these guys in the 125 All-Stars class. But, hey, you gotta take it. You have an open class. Anybody can sign up. There was a lot of guys that did sign up for this race that never showed up, which is unfortunate. But he will do it. Our motocross main event winner, the 817 of Splash on the SPX Performance KTM, in the 2 spot. Ooh, Lloydie going off track just a little bit. Who is right behind him? Looks like MXB Aiden trying to claw his way back. Trying to get a few more positions here. I just don't know. With cuts, it's not going to do it. All right. Lloydie in the 2 spot as it sits now. MXB Aiden will take 3rd. Nick B will be in the 3 spot with a 41. Oh, just by barely. But with cuts, Spink will be our 3rd overall in the 125 All-Stars class. Nick B finishing 4th. Rounding out the top 5, that will be MXB Aiden. An absolutely outstanding ride for this guy. I mean, there's no doubt in my mind that he did a great job. Just wasn't able to capitalize on a lot of those, late moto passes and be able to, minimize those cuts throughout. But Jax in the 6th spot. Seawalk in 7th. Hey, shout out to Seawalk. This guy had a good race. Super good in qualifying. Looked fast, but a 7th overall, that's not bad. Handy Packs on that Club Co, the 288 machine in the 8th spot. Ocean riding all the way back to 9th. Sounds like Brian was saying he was all the way from in the back. But hey, a top 10, that's great. Bechtel, the 171 on that Club Co. KTM, it will round out our top 10. And Drake, just on the outside looking in, will be in the 11th spot. Weremy finishing 12th. Guion in the 13th spot. Jack on the JGD. Ooh, unfortunate for him. In 14th. The 272 of Mango on the 223 Performance Racing, rounding out the top 15. Cooper, the 194 in the 16th spot. Jacob on that Surge Co. In the 17th spot. JB in the 18th spot. 19. And I'm not sure. Are we doing a second main event? I thought we were only doing one moto. Let me check real quick. So we'll just swap over to the drone footage. Just waiting for some clarification. I think it's only one moto tonight, as we have a lot of racing still left to go. All right, looks like the server has gone down, as we will get ready for our 125 All-Stars Supercross race. We'll kick it over to commercial real quick, and we'll be right back, folks. Stay tuned.
Sorry for what's in the magazine. I know it wasn't fair on me, but I'm spitting ink onto their pages like blood on a broken scene. I can see the yellow solid up in neon, just waiting for me. The limelight started burning. Terror
The bigger the bag, the better the bitches. I know they cook when we put on the switches. I want the bush, you be smoking on switches. Sweet, you be rolling out, also be pissing. Fucking the hoe to get her to do dishes. I don't be smiling, I don't do pictures. I don't do hers, I don't do kisses. Fuck no hoe, I don't want no kids. Like a telescope, we looking at the stars. She's so damn fine and I'm so high, who you are. She's so damn bad, I done bought all the more. If it's double the money, it's double the size. Stash to them bitches that fuck for the night. Double the catches, they call us a night. Summons will fuck you no matter the size. Giving up keys, we giving up, please. To my dream, but I got your bitch all on her knees.
They know I'm a big boss, got a big boss in this bitch. They know I'm a big talker, have my big body and they shit. Know it's how me, bitch, R.I.P. Bitch, they die. Turn the light on my side. Peace, how the lights off for you inside. Be taking these drugs for fun with bitch, we putting their ass on the tongue. Bitch, we taking around, bitch, I'm bringing my motherfucking gun. If your lights off, I'm outside. If your lights off, I'm outside. How the lights off, I'm outside.
Tell me where to go, what to do.
To another flow.
Show me the stars. Show me the stars. Get it poppin', put it. Tell me where to go, what to do. Get it poppin', put it.
Everybody to the Wild Wild West, a state that's untouchable like Elliot Ness. The track hits your eardrum like a slug to your chest. Rock a vest for your Jimmy in the city of sex. We in that sunshine state where the bomb ass him be. The state where you never find a dance floor empty and pimp speed. On a mission for them greens. Lean, mean, money making machines, serving fiends. I've been in the game for 10 years making rap tunes. Ever since Honeys was wearing Sassoon, now it's 95 and they clock me and watch me diamond shining, looking like a Rob Liberace. It's all good from Diego to the Bay. Your city is the...
All right, folks, we are back. Hey, I just, I just want to talk about this a little bit. Let's talk about Splash. Absolutely dominated. 38-second lead on the field in that first race. But hey, right now some guys are getting some practice laps going on on the Supercross track. But I do want to talk about the format for those that did miss the opening stream, a little bit about what's going on tonight. So we have a 10-minute qualifying session for the Supercross track. What this will do is all this is going to do is determine the heat races for the upcoming heat races for the Supercross. That the top 11 from those will advance to the main event tonight. So we have a 10-minute qualifying session right now, and then we will have 2 7-minute plus 1 lap heat races where the top 11 advance to a 15-minute plus 1 lap main event for SX. But hey, it's go time. We got the 125 All-Stars class back on track, and they are getting ready for this qualifying session. Let's just take a look here. I mean, realistically, this is just a practice session for a lot of these guys, but we're going to go on board with Seawalk on that Norms Co. KTM. The guy was super solid in the first qualifying session, but now we're going to really see who's the best of the best of, well, a glorified pit bike track. I mean, this is not really Supercross, unfortunately. Ooh, he's going to go triple in. Man, there's a lot of these lines that I just did not think was possible. I don't have a ton of time on this Supercross track at all. But, you know, I've seen plenty of races here. I always end up watching Mini-O's just to see what star Yamaha is going to absolutely obliterate every amateur rider out there. Which is, I mean, kind of the state of the affairs now. But I've always been underwhelmed by this Supercross track. It never really shows to be all that good, and more so, it's just kind of a badly laid out track. But that's Gatorback. That's amateur Supercross for you. Can't really complain too much. But to no surprise, out front early on, that's going to be Splash on the SPX Performance KTM. In tow is going to be Nick B on that I-Spec KTM ride. Trying to set a fast qualifier right now. Only 0.6 off. I feel like lap times are going to be a lot closer for this track. You know, it's definitely one of those things where, you know, there's not a whole lot of time to gain. There's definitely some bigger lines that Splash was proving to be faster, like that hip jump into the rollers. But on this track, there really just isn't a ton of time. It's going to be mainly, you know, how low can you keep that bike over these triples or tables? I don't really know what to call them. Can you hit some of these kind of cheesy transfer lines from a roller triple over? But mainly it's going to come down to corner speed is what it's going to come down to. So I feel like racing is going to be a lot tighter on this track. So should be interesting. I'm excited. I am not sure what we decided to do. I think heats might be staggered. Ruts, clarify that for me if we are going to do staggered heats or if we're going to do them at the same time. Yeah, either way, does not matter to me. I know there's going to be a ton of downtime, so just trying to make sure, you know, we can stay on schedule here tonight. So if need be, we can run them all at the same time. I'll just hop into the first heat race. But hey, Nick B looks good. You know, an unfortunate motocross main event for him. Ended up 5th after all of that. But a late moto crash. Maybe he can minimize these mistakes. I know he's definitely got the speed to run up front. He looked good. But, you know, this guy right here, like, he is absolutely screaming. I don't know. I mean, I have to assume a 55.4 is a very fast time on this track. But there's not going to be a ton of time, or there's not going to be a lot of places to make passes here. It's realistically just going to be, can you hit your marks? Can you stay low? Can you get that power to the ground? All these 125s, I mean, it's all a game of, you know, realistically just putting the gas down and getting after it as we go over the label flyway jump over the start stretch. I mean, this rhythm section here, the start is so crucial in Supercross, whether it's this garbage Supercross track, and it's not Kewen's fault. I want to clarify that. Like, Kewen did a great job with this track, but like the layout of this track is it's crucial in the aerial stuff or the replica tracks. It's crucial on these tracks here because, you know, there is not a whole lot of time to gain with some big lines. It's really going to be tough to make passes here. And with how tight it is and how one line this track will certainly get as these motos go on, it's definitely going to be tough for a lot of these guys to actually, you know, put down fast laps and not have to worry about weird holes that start to form. As we have seen in Beta 19, the E-Road system is a little bit different now. You know, we're not seeing the traditional, you know, face gets a little worn out, but it will maintain its shape. Now we're starting to see kickers form and holes in the corners a lot more often than we saw in previous betas. So this realistically could delve into kind of chaos as this track breaks down for this heat race and into the main event. There might be some big lines that are actually opening up. As the track breaks down, you'll start to see these holes and faces form, and it'll pop you up a little bit higher. So we might actually see some bigger lines be uncorked as the race goes on. But as it sits right now, oh, we've got a change for the fastest qualifier. Nick B putting down a 54.8 over Splash. I mean, this guy has speed. Splash definitely had it on the outdoor side, that's for sure. But Nick B, he's not ready to give up. I think he's focusing on this Supercross main event. You know, what happened in motocross is done and dusted. But this is obviously more his speed. It's going to be a lot tighter racing. So if he can, you know, run that pace a lot, and we start to see these lines uncork as he is going to try to absolutely scrub it and go down. Oh, didn't go down. What a save. Oh, Splash is going to take that top spot. He says, no, not today. I am the fastest guy. Jack G on that JGG. Jack on that JGG Grip Moto Co. KTM. I'm not even going to... I'll announce if there's a different manufacturer. How about that? We all know that this class is going to be dominated by orange bikes. Holding down in the 3 spot, that will be the 180 on that JGG Grip Moto Co. Performance Racing ride. The 121 of Spink. Hey, 3rd in motocross, in the motocross main event. And right now, currently sitting 4th, only 1.8 seconds down. I mean, the spread, man, it's the top 2 are within a quarter of a second of each other, and then everybody else is kind of sitting around this, you know, 156 range of time. So it's going to be really close. We got Bechtel in the 5 spot, Turbo on that Sure Visuals AEO ride in the 6 spot. Ocean, hey, this guy had a comeback ride for sure in the motocross main event, but I mean, he's probably looking to see, you know, better results for this Supercross. He's going to hold it down in 7th. Jackson, the OGs, MDC RC machine, the 218 of Drake on that Neverland Racing or Neverland ride in the 9 spot, and rounding out our top 10, that's going to be Weremy on the BNFR Husqvarna. Man, let's talk about this guy. You know, it's unfortunate that cuts caused him so many issues. That would have been a 3rd if he could stay on the track. I don't know if that was just an early moto thing where he wasn't able to actually, you know, keep on the track, or if he got taken out, what it might be. But, you know, he rode super solid. The Surge Co, AMX Co rider. I mean, I got to imagine he's going to be looking for a, you know, a potential podium, but you know, he's sitting in 11th in qualifying, 2.2 seconds off. I mean, maybe a good start will help him, because we know how Supercross goes. If you don't get a good start, well, it's going to be really tough to make passes, especially when everybody's kind of going the same speed here. I mean, if we're looking at 7 seconds of spread across the entirety of this class, most of them are all kind of sitting in that, you know, 3 seconds off the pace between 1st and 19th. Man, a lot of these guys, they're going to be looking at a difficult track for passing for sure. But hey, yeah, let's talk about this guy. Then, guy rode to 2nd. Super solid performance out of Lodi on that Sure Visuals, but he is not gelling with this Supercross track at all. I don't know if he's put any laps on it. But man, these guys out front, Splash and Nick B, they have found the lines. And 125 Supercross is definitely one of those things where it's you have to be an absolute madman, and a lot of it is perfection. You know, precision is key on these tracks. You have to keep that bike low. You have to keep your momentum up in corners to hit these big triple ins. You have to, you know, make sure you're in the right gear for a lot of these different spots. And it's just tough. I know back in the day we did a 2 smoker cross events. Wow, that triple into the inside, that seems to be something that has uncorked a lot of time. But time has expired. Unfortunately, Nick B will not get another lap in. Probably going to solidify him in the 2 spot. But Splash will be our fastest qualifier once again, unless you can get dethroned by somebody else. And it does not look like it, as time has expired. Our fastest qualifier once again is going to be the 817 SPX Performance Rider Splash. But hey, we got the heat races coming up just in a second here. Again, I'll just go over this format one more time so you guys understand what's going on tonight. We will have 2 7-minute plus 1 lap heat races where the top 11 advance to the 15-minute plus 1 lap main event for Supercross. This, like we said, or like I've said, folks, it is going to be a tough track to pass on. It's going to be extremely difficult, but oh, I am excited. So excited. But hey, we'll be right back. We're going to kick it to commercial break. I'm sure they're going to have those Supercross lobbies up in just a second. But yeah, we'll be right back.
Let's go to the beach, each, let's go get a wave. They say what they gonna say. Have a drink, clink, found a Bud Light. Bad bitches like me, it's hard to come by. The Patron, let's go get it down. The
Piece of me, piece of mine. Took some time. I'm just reaping what I sow. So for sure, when no hope. That's just for me and my bros. Be secure, 4x4. G63 popped on my hand. I'm no friend, I'm no friend. Pay for keys, getting paper saving me. The back when the windows tint. Yeah, cause they know too much. Yeah, they know too much. Tryna come take from me. And my 40, they paid on me. They ain't even thought this far. This ain't no question, yeah. Just like I know. Made room for you.
Position on my bathroom floor. This kind of love got me wishing that I could be more. I'll change my hair, change my clothes, girl. If you told me, who knows what I'd do to be the perfect boy for you. If you want it, I got it. I hate wishing I was different, looking like a kid, but it doesn't bother me in the slightest. You get sick when you see me. Is my outfit displeasing? Cause I brought another one just in case. I changed my hair, changed my clothes. Girl, if you told me my nose was too big, I'd cut it off just like this. If you want it, I got it. Baby, I'm whatever you want till I'm not it. Hate myself till I can stop crying. You're lying when you say I'm enough. I know, I know.
Just come outside for the night. Take your time, get your life. Shut it down.
The career's more at stake when you in your prime. Fuck that paper, baby, my face on the dotted line. I've been flying out of town for some peace of mind. It's like always, they just want a piece of mind. I've been focused on the future, never on right now. But I'm sipping, I can
Tony.
And if the beat live, you know Lil Juke.
Yeah.
Bitch, who? Maybach truck in the coupe. Only time I'm going back and forth is for the juice. They still got me in court, shit crazy. Only time I let a bitch record when I'm rain. I'm famous, but can't shit change me, nigga.
$1 million worth of game, these niggas. I sold green, sold white, sold lyrics. Courtside watching the house play the Pistons. Money on my nightstand, jewelry on my nightstand. Aftermarket extendo, I pray it don't jam. They say it's on site, then I guess it's on site. Then first couple of shows, the effing was my hype man. Way before the PJ, I had a flight plan. Go with me, shake his hand.
All right, folks, we are back and we're getting ready to go racing. Oh man, it's going to be an absolute barn burner for this Supercross race. I am super excited. Oh man, looks like we're just about ready to get going racing here for Heat 1. We are doing staggered heats, and it will be the top 11 advancing to the main event tonight. So, just kind of waiting a little bit here, waiting for that magic horn sound to go off, and we will get ready to go racing. Looks like we got everybody here. This heat, well, it's Splash. We got Lloydie, we got Ocean, we got Holmes, we got Drake, we got MXB Aiden. Looks like everybody is getting ready. All right. Well, who else we got? We got Handy Packs. Hey, he had a solid performance in qualifying for the motocross side of things. Kind of a letdown in the motocross main event, but maybe he can get some redemption here for the 125 All-Star Heat 1 race. But man, I gotta give a huge shout out to all of our sponsors. 223 Performance, Ruts, Slow, Holmes, Shifty, all of those guys that are really helping put on this event. Sosha over at MXB Factory, doing a ton of the visual work, maybe prize money. I don't know what Sosha does anymore, but he did a ton for the Loretta series, making the bibs. I know he's a critical part to this whole coast-to-coast racing league thing. Yeah, what's up?
We are waiting for you in Heat 1 for 125.
Yeah, I'm ready to go.
Okay, cool.
I'm waiting on you.
What do you mean?
I'm in Heat 1 right now.
I think you're in the old server?
No.
Oh, you are in here. What the hell? Okay, yeah. I will let Ruts know.
Yeah, I'm just, all right, well,
all right,
wonderful.
See you later. Sorry about that.
Well, we know what that sound is, folks. We're getting ready to go racing here. I'm going to switch over to free roam as we are loading the gates for heat number 1. Oh, man. It's going to be hard to argue with this. Let's see if I can find him. It's kind of tough with all these names. Yeah, it's going to be hard. On the inside gate, too, it's really going to be hard to argue with this guy. This guy has shown up and shown out an absolutely dominating performance in Moto 1, or the motocross main event. But let's see if he's got what it takes, as we have 10 seconds left before the start sequence hits. And we're going to get ready to go racing, as I'm going to head down to the end of the start stretch here, folks. All right. Well, the revs are up for the 125 All-Stars Heat 1 race. Here we go. And the gate is down. Oh, Guion 37 going to come across the track. But, oh, who's it going to be? Looks like it's going to be Splash and MXB Aiden. No, Drake with a Superman moving into the 2 spot. MXB Aiden not letting any freestyle go to waste here. He's going to capitalize on a passes. He's going to go off track a little bit. Ooh, we're definitely going to see some cuts there. Lloydie currently sitting 4th. Hey, I mean, hard to argue here. Splash going 3 in off of that. Let's see what line he takes here. Is he going? Oh, just barely misses getting onto that table. I mean, that's where that time has to be coming from. This guy is hitting some absolute barn burner lines, but MXB Aiden is setting sail here. He is going to lock in and try to keep on that rear wheel of the 817 of Splash early on. Ooh, a little bit of a pile up here. I mean, you cannot afford to give this guy any time. Wow, it looks like he's already opened up a very substantial lead. 4 seconds on this track. I mean, that's going to be tough for a lot of these guys to claw back, because I just don't think we're going to see the mistakes out of him. MXB Aiden going to go sideways. That's going to allow Drake on by. And then Neverland KTM. And rounding out our podium, that will be MXB Aiden, the 180 machine on that Grip Moto JGG. It's going to be Jack G, Grip Moto Co. Ooh, as he gets into the back of MXB Aiden, I don't know. Oh, we got to get a rewind there quick. I don't know if this was a good idea. I mean, Aiden doesn't go for the triple, and he absolutely murders him there. Oh, unbelievable. Tough to see out of Jack early on. That's going to allow Splash to just open up a substantial lead now at 8.5 seconds. Lloydie holding it down in 3rd. Handy Packs in the 4 spot. Jack G all the way back to 5th still. Bechtel and that Klebco CDS K9 KTM machine in the 6th spot. Just on the outside looking into this top 5. Oh, he's going to get into the back of Jack G's going to get in the back of him and he go down. Oh, man, getting shuffled back now. Bechtel will take over the 5 spot. Man, talk about domination. This guy is showing up and showing out. He definitely wants to win tonight. Ooh, a little bit of a mistake there. Splash on the SPX Performance Machine. He is definitely showing people how it's done with an 11-second lead. Jeepers, criminy. This guy can't lose. Drake not too far behind him, but we've got Lloydie in tow. Like I said, folks, it's going to be really close racing for that 2-3 spot. I mean, for sure. I mean, we might see, Nick B was not that far off of him in qualifying, so we might see somebody uncork something. Ooh, as Drake's going to go down, that's going to allow Lloydie around him. Maybe Handy Packs was able to capitalize on that. Does not look like it. Lloydie will take over the 2 spot. Drake able to get up and get going again with relative ease. I mean, we have an absolute fist fight. Apparently I cannot see Ocean. I don't know. He's currently sitting 4th, but he is nowhere to be found on screen. Bechtel Handy Packs, Ocean, and Drake. Looks like MXB Aiden has taken over the 3 spot. Oh, Lloydie has gone down. So MXB Aiden moving into the 2 spot, potentially, as he's sitting in 4th, but Ocean, who's not showing up on my screen. Oh, Lloydie trying to make a pass, goes down. Trying to get that triple on. MXB Aiden's going to end up going to the 2 spot here. 18 seconds back from our current leader. Man. Absolute domination out of this guy, but hey, Aiden's got pressure from behind just a little bit as Drake has closed the gap just ever so slightly to 2 seconds. Handy Packs in tow. Lloydie, Bechtel, and Jack G all fighting. I mean, we're looking at a 5-rider battle for second here, essentially. One mistake out of Aiden, and it could cost him. One mistake out of Lloydie, and it's going to move him back to 7th. Handypack's trying to hold on to that 4 spot. Drake has a little bit of breathing room, but not a lot. He's got to hear those bikes coming behind him. Trying to stay low. Not electing to go onto that second table, which is clearly the fast line. Lloydie's going to go down again. It's going to allow Handypacks to move on by into the 4 spot. Close up the gap just ever so slightly on Drake. Looks like Aiden has solidified his 2nd spot as we have 50 seconds plus a lap left in this heat race. I mean, out front. I think we're going to have white flag this time by Splash on the SPX Performance Ride. The 817 machine, this guy is absolutely dominating tonight in the 125 class. This guy has absolutely no reason to believe that he probably won't go out and win the main event. I mean, a 1-1 on the night as far as main events are concerned. This guy definitely cannot lose, that's for sure. MXB Aiden, another outstanding ride for him. He's looking really good. In the 2 spot. But hey, behind him, I mean, it's a dogfight here, folks. We got a 3-rider battle for 3rd. Jack G trying to capitalize. Time has expired as we will get the white flag this time by for Splash. Crossing the finish line, but we'll check back in with this battle here. Looks like Drake is still holding on to that final podium position. Ooh, Jack G trying to get there, not able to do it. It's gonna get the triple in. Handypack's getting the triple in from the inside. Oh, as they get together with Jack G. Jack G's gonna try to run it in, not able to. White flag is out. Only a couple more corners left to go for Splash. We'll check back in just a second. Drake trying his best here, holding on to that 3rd spot. He's got a little bit of breathing room. 1 corner left to go, and this heat number 1 is over. And we've got our Heat 1 winner. That's going to be Splash on the SPX Performance Ride. No surprise there. In 2nd, that's going to be MXB Aiden, but we're going to check back in with this 3rd place battle here. Jack G is still within striking distance. A mistake out of Drake in these last couple of corners could afford him the opportunity to take that final podium spot. Just as I say that, ooh, he saves it. Electing to go on, and that will round out our podium. Drake in the 3 spot, Jack G on the Grip Moto Co. JGG KTM in the 4 spot, Handypacks in 5th, Bechtel in 6th, Guion in 7th, Lloydie, tough break for him, all the way back to 8th. Ocean will finish 9th. In 10th, The Bullet. And Holmes rounding out our final transfer position for 11th. Cooper in 12th, and D-Elves not making it to the main event tonight. Hey, we're gonna kick it to commercial real quick as we get ready for heat number 2.
And memories cut like paper. I know today I don't really wanna go back. Never mind my head too slow. I'm already gone, I already moved on. I remember when my mama said, be strong. Hanging out the window, singing my songs, and you could do better. I know that I shouldn't ever try to get involved, but I'm happy you called. What's happening to me? I've been wearing your heart up on my sleeve like it was made for me. What's happening to me? I'm swimming with the sharks, yeah. Still I breathe, but I can't stop the bleeding. Too late, I don't really wanna go back, never mind my head. Too slow, I'm already gone, I already moved on, and I'm ready for the summertime. And the sun is shining, if you get cold, you can wear my coat. If you get late, you can follow me home. I like it. Couldn't leave you alone. Back in the day, I was hitting your phone up, had me switching up my ringtone. That's my shit to my favorite song. Not too uptight, too afraid to get close. Been this way, I ain't never wanna grow up. Do you see the same way you did with me? What's happening to me? I've been wearing your heart up on my sleeve like it was made for me. What's happening to me? I'm swimming with the sharks, yeah. Still I breathe, but I can't stop the bleeding. What's happening to me? I've been wearing your heart up on my sleeve like it was made for me. What's happening to me? I'm swimming with the sharks, yeah. Still I breathe, but I can't stop the bleeding.
Oh, man. Thanks, Holmes. I feel so bad. The entire race I've been calling this and nobody can hear me. Unbelievable. Well, if you guys have been watching on Turbo holding down the #1 spot, Spink in second trying to go after him, and Nick B with some cuts. Oh, some cuts from Turbo now. That's going to allow Spink to take the heat race win away as the white flag is waving. We have 1 lap left to go for Turbo to be able to seal the deal on Heat 2 for this class. Unfortunate. I mean, if you're Turbo, you got to get going here. You got to find something that Spink doesn't have. And honestly, if you're the leader, it's really difficult to find that extra time late in a heat race. Does a heat race win really mean anything? I mean, other than, you know, it feels good, but... Ooh, Spink's going to make a mistake. That might be enough for Turbo to take it. 1 corner left to go. Turbo will be the unofficial result. Spink will, all right. Spink will finish second. Nick B in third. Jax on the MDC RC KTM machine will finish just outside of our podium. And rounding out the top 5, that's going to be Jed C on that Craigslist KTM machine. Just on the outside looking in, that's going to be Ren on the Suraku Motorsports ride. Weremy in 7th. Thunder in 8th. Carter on the SPR KTM in the 9th spot. Jacob in that Surge Co JLP in the 10th spot. And our final transfer spot for this 125 All-Stars class will go to LG Mud on that Mudbone Racing. Hey, we're going to take a short break as they get ready to load the main event. And, I mean, you would think that racing would be done, but it's hardly close to being over. We got the plus 25 class coming up, and, man, I couldn't be more excited. I love watching vet racing. It's the best.
Fall.
There was a party that I had to miss because I had to take care of the kids. Now I was just a lie cause I don't know how to live, but I can't waste another night without getting it, cause I found a hole deep inside of my bones that I can't fill with drugs. Can I fill it with love? I'm not from the city, I was raised in the dark where the dead people are and they won't let me go. That's why I need you to stay into the morning. At least I'm fucking insane, and every time you go away I gotta
with a laser, make them one with a maker. Talk tight with a blazer, can't run from the danger. Smoke never vapor, pray to your savior. This ain't a way in the manger. You're witnessing history, front page for your paper. I got the killie them with me, ready to meet the creator. We ain't doing them a favor, we correct bad behavior. Yeah, bad like that. Level. Yo, lone stay attack, lone stay attack. Lone stay attack, lone stay attack. Lone stay attack, lone stay attack. Hell's hotter, stealth bomber. Yo, back with a matic, crash that right into traffic. You know I got very bad habits, so I stay black with the magic. Disintegrate them, it don't matter. We got the quantum mechanics. Trauma's got to be tragic. That's how we bury in the hatchet. Spent shell cover in the corner. Foot patrol to keep order. Rain cars raining fire. You would have been glad for a sooner. Now you wanna run like water. Escape with less than a quarter. We surrounded the border.
With the lights out,
Our first ever 450 main event winner,
it's less dangerous.
SZA, is our first 450 two-time winner. Absolutely dominating performance by SZA. He is our 450 champion.
Load up on guns and bring your friends. It's fun to lose and to pretend. She's so verbal, self-assured. Oh no, I know a dirty word. Hello, 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 how low? Hello, 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 how low? Hello, 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 how low?
night, folks. We are back. And hey, we got the other side of the streamer, or the other class streamer tonight. Goat. What's up? What's up, man? Glad to have you on stream, dude. I'm sure I'm on yours as well. Looks like
you are.
Looks like we can take down this proverbial wall that is inside of the CCRL booth here at Gatorback Cycle Park in Gainesville, Florida, to actually, you know, sit down and do some bench racing. So, what's the 250C class been like tonight?
It's been some amazing racing, to be honest with you. Pretty much almost every part of every track has been a battle. You know, it's not just been one guy running away with it. I know a lot of guys get sick of seeing that in this game. You know, a couple takeouts, nothing too crazy. One guy did get DQ'd in our Supercross race, but you know, that was handled. And yeah, it's been a very fun night.
Wow. I mean, it has been nothing but an absolute beatdown by Splash on the SPX Performance Racing on the 125 All-Star class. I mean, he dominated his motocross main event by 38 seconds, and
wow,
yeah, I mean, it's been incredible. I mean, the fight for second and third has been really close all night long, but I gotta say, man, I think we're looking at our 125 All-Star class champion for both motocross and supercross tonight.
No kidding. So he's definitely going to be coming into our main events with a target on his back, if I get what you're saying. You know, and would you rather be that guy going into the mains, or would you rather be the guy in second?
You know, I've always been the guy that likes to show up. I mean, we saw it in the first round of CCRL Supercross. Like, I like to be the fastest qualifier. You know, just a statement like that always feels good. It gives you that level of confidence going into, you know, a main event or whatever race it might be, thinking like, I'm the fastest guy on the track. But, you know, it's always kind of, it's a tough thing to say, because like, I've also been that guy that's, you know, tenths of seconds off, and it's like, I can get to that guy. I know I've got it in me. I don't want to be the guy that's out front. Leading laps in a race is really stressful, because now you're starting to think like, all right, I got to hit my marks here, I got to hit my marks there, I got to do all this stuff. Being the guy that's chasing, it's almost easier to just sit there and watch the guy in front and see where he's making mistakes. So I think guys like Nick B, you know, potentially Lloydie, that you know, are those guys that could run up front, but you just let those mistakes compound and are watching the 817 just kind of fade into the ether as he sets sail. But I don't know, man. It's definitely been tight racing for that second, third position, maybe even fourth. I mean, it's been good.
Oh, that's awesome. But yeah, I would rather be the guy in second, you know, because back with my C-Class days over at ECDB, it's basically how it started. I was always in second, you know, either behind DJ with DJ Designs or Bredward with DJ Designs. I was always behind one of them two guys, always had my sights on them, and it gives you that, because it's hard to set goals in MX bikes that you can actually reach. You know, a lot of us have unrealistic expectations of you know, where we want to be in MX bikes. So just setting that one goal to be like, I want to be faster than this one guy that I race almost every week. You know, anytime I race, he's usually there as well. So once I finally beat him, I realized how much faster I had gotten just by following one of them two guys. And, you know, seeing where they make mistakes, trying different lines, seeing what works and what doesn't, because we were so close in speed, but they would just always have that little bit of consistency on me. So I was able to make it up. So I 100% would rather be the guy in second. I do not like having the target on my back, because for all we know, the guy that usually ends up 25th is going to clean me out on the start because he's sick of seeing the same guy winning every single week. So I 100% do not want the target. I'm happy skating by in the top 5 in quali and then in the heats. As long as I'm in, I know when it's go time in the main events to do what I got to do. So, yep, I'm 100% the guy who would rather be the chaser.
Well, I mean, I couldn't agree more. Unfortunately, I'm looking, so in my basement where I stream and everything, I've got an absolute assload of second place trophies because I've always been the bridesmaid and never the bride in the plus 25 class at Spring Creek for the last couple of years. And man, I will say this, you know, that first win feels good, but when you know you can run up front and you know you can make those critical moves to get to that second place position and even win, it's so tough. And, you know, it's really hard to watch that fade away, especially late in a moto, when you know, like, you have the speed, you have the pace. Guys like Nick B, guys like Lloydie, and all the people that we've seen in this 125 class, there's guys that can run up front and can run with Splash, but the one thing that they don't have on Splash is his consistency. This guy is absolutely dominating, and he has shown up and shown out for sure. But
Definitely. Yeah, I didn't want to cut you off. I guess the lobby, the 125 lobby you are in, is not the real one.
Oh, perfect.
Yep. But yeah, no, I totally get what you're saying. I just, like I said earlier, you know, that guy who is probably gonna end up 25th. You know, no shame on anybody for getting 25th, but that guy that might be getting 25th can easily take him out the start of the race. And I've seen it time and time again where there's guys that are shoe-ins to win, and they just cannot stop playing ping pong with the other riders after going down in the first turn. So yeah, it comes down to that target. It's a heavy feeling, like just like getting the red plate. We say it's heavy, it is.
Oh,
like 100%. You can't even imagine how much, just knowing that you have it, how much more stressful it is. And I've, like, for myself, I get way overworked when it comes to this game when I was racing full time. Like, my heartbeat was reaching like 180s, 190s sitting here playing a video game.
Right.
And I would always struggle to stay calm. So anything to help stay calm, and like we see it with Reed quite a bit, when he gets his emotions going, it usually doesn't end up going his way. So for me, any way to stay calm is the best way. And when it comes to, especially for the 125 All-Stars race, I'd give anything to be able to run even in 10th in that race. So if it came down to it, just to make it in for something like that, I would be happy. I know a lot of the other guys, you know, have higher expectations, but just to even be, you know, on the stream with them guys, it would feel good to me. So.
Oh, 100%. And I know, like, this is a different event, but you've been streaming the Supercross series for the last couple of rounds and the remainder of the season. Like,
yep.
I'll speak candidly, man. Like, that A group, that A main, it is so tough to make it into that A group. Like, we're talking...
them boys are fat.
the spread for round one was a second and a half from first to 22nd. Like, that is how tight the racing is. And, like, you know, there's a handful of guys that can win, but realistically, like, when we look at the A1 spread, anybody in that class could have ran up front. It was that close. I get it.
100%.
And, you know, we see classes like the All-Star class and you know, and stuff like 250C even, like, and this is what the beauty is of Coast to Coast, right? Like, they offer so many different varieties of skill levels and everything. And I know Ruts and everybody that's on his team, they do such a good job of, you know, trying to weed out the sandbaggers, the guys that are trying to stroke their ego. And you know, there is one thing that I will say, to the guys that, you know, want to throw quali so they can win a B main or a C main. Well, first of all, you're a dork. Like, I would be. I was talking to some of my teammates earlier this week, or earlier last week, about, you know, I would be ashamed if I, you know, was a guy that could potentially qualify for an A group main event and didn't want to do so because I would get 17th or whatever, and through quali so I could go and lap the field in C main. Like, that's not fun for anybody. Like, all you're doing...
It's definitely not fun for anybody, and I'm right there with you. I couldn't... When I finally... So, my time at ECDB, when I won the C-Class championship, I was 100% ready to go to AB. I knew I was gonna get my ass kicked, but there was no way in hell you couldn't have paid me enough money to log back in and get back into a C race. Towards the end of my season, I was gapping guys quite a bit, but the first half of that season, I was lucky to get a top 10. So, I mean, I understand progression happens in this game. Not everybody may fit into a designated class. We know there's a lot of guys in the in-betweens. And for that, when I say, if you're one of the in-between guys, bump up to the class. You're going to get there eventually. It's good. It's inevitable. You keep playing the game, you're going to get better. So yeah, I'm right there with you. The guys that can just sandbag like that it irks me pretty bad. I dealt with sandbagging in real life here in New York. We have one major event at Area 51 called the Can-Am, which where a lot of Canadian riders come down to the U.S. for this race, and we had guys like legit pros come race beginner in the U.S. Once a year, and it was brutal. So there's a notch in my Achilles heel for them guys that just drive me the wrong way.
Yeah, man, it's tough. And like I agree with you. Like the guys that are in that in between, right? Like they're too fast for coast to coast AMs, but they're not quite as fast for like the aerial pros thing. Like it's really tough. And Ruts, he gets this feedback and he does listen. For as much as, I love to talk shit about Ruts, like he is a really good guy and he does put on a really good series. I've known him for such a long time at the GRD days where he was trying to put on these series and we had to deal with sandbaggers and people being shitty to him. And, he's even let his emotions get to the best of him and there's, like allegations of him, cutting people off so he could potentially win and stuff like that. Like, whatever. Like, I know that he's not that guy. I know that he's really trying to just put on a competitive event for a lot of these guys. So everybody feels, if you got first or if you got 14th, like, was it fun? Did you have a good time battling with somebody that is your same speed? And that's what he's trying to do. And it really is frustrating for somebody in his position where, you got guys that are coming in that are like top level aerial AMs and they're like, well, I'm not a pro. And it's like, well, but like
you are,
but you kind of are in the eyes of Coast to Coast. And, it's a small league and he does such a good job of trying to get, the right people in the right places. And I know a lot of guys, like I even got guys on my team that are kind of in that in-between space. And, for all intents and purposes, I might be one of those guys where, a CCRL pro class might be more beneficial for somebody like me to free up the actual true amateur class where we're seeing, and this is just from, the Supercross side, because I don't race. I do not play this game at all. I do edits, I do that I do the creative side, like that's me. I don't do this racing stuff, but I do enjoy racing Supercross and I love to support Ruts and everything that he's got going on here. So any way that I can show my support, I will do that. But man, it's really disheartening to see a lot of the people and the way that they act inside of the Discord and like the allegations of like sandbagging or, name calling. It is what it is. Like that's what we have to deal with. But I got nothing but love and respect. But yeah, man. I don't know. Yeah. I'm excited to see what the results are for 250C. I know you're probably doing a great job streaming over on your Twitch channel. I just wanted to check in with you and take down the curtain in between us as we're calling our races tonight.
Yep. Yes, I definitely know. I appreciate all the kind words, and I do have to give you props. All of your edits are usually really good for the opening, ceremonies, but this one went hard, dude. It was absolutely amazing. I didn't watch it until I played it on the stream, and I was like in disbelief of how much I love that one.
the one for Minios or the one for Supercross?
Yeah,
really?
Like that one, by far my favorite one so far.
Really? Well, I appreciate
out
it.
Of the sound going to the motor, like I don't know what video it was as a kid. I saw it was a lot like that, and I absolutely loved it. So, but yeah, lobbies are up. I appreciate us, hopping in here, hanging out, and I'm sure we'll do it again sometime.
Absolutely, man. Hey, well, you got 125C coming up after this?
Yes.
Well, I will I fortunately have what I would consider probably the better class. I do love calling vet racing. It's the best. I'm so glad that Ruts finally introduced the plus 25 class. I've been asking for this for so long, and unfortunately I don't get to race it, and I didn't do the other series, Ponca. I didn't do that one as well, but you know, is what it is. But hey, good luck on your stream. Huge shout out to Goat on East Coast Dirtbags and all of those guys. Like, man, you do a great job streaming the Supercross series every week, but we're super happy to have you in the booth tonight as we're going to get ready for our Supercross main event, folks. Oh, man, I could not be more excited. It looks like we are getting loaded in here. Oh, server disconnection. All right. Let's just make sure everything's good to go. All right, as we get loaded in, man, it's been a fun night of racing. I know you guys have been staring at this drone cam footage for so long. Elite, thank you for the kind words, man. I appreciate that. Didn't have a whole lot of time to get that put together. I know Kewen was trying to get the track out so we could do some promotional materials for it. I actually do want to give a shout out. I know we're still a couple months away, but it does sound like I will be calling the action for the Coast to Coast side of the Skill Issue Racing League Supercross Series. That's coming up here in January. All those tracks being provided by Austin Crank. I am excited for that series. I love calling Supercross action, man. It's going to be so much fun. I know Rutt's collaborating with those guys. It's going to be a really cool series to run. So definitely stay tuned for that. I have taken a kind of a break from streaming. I did the outdoor series for Coast to Coast, and it was really fun. I enjoyed it quite a bit, but I wanted to take some time to actually like sit down and start creating again. I haven't had a whole lot of time to do so. Again, with the, I run the label, virtual gear brand, trying to get fresh designs out. I've got my own race team on So-Called Designs. So just trying to, take a step back from streaming and, really focus on getting some of my priorities straight and making sure my guys are taken care of. But we're getting ready to see some awesome racing tonight. I know that there's going to be a ton of guys that are probably trying to fight for this 125 All-Stars class title. A notable one for sure. Splash. This guy, he's been on domination mode. With a 1400 SR, I'm just looking at it now, like this guy is head and shoulders above a lot of these guys out here. But hey, it's going to be cool to see. I am excited. So we're waiting for a couple more people to load in. We'll have 22 riders on the gate for this main event. All right, well, let's do this. Let's kick it to a quick commercial break here as we wait for the final remainder guys to load in, and then we will go ahead and get started with our Supercross main event for the 125 All-Stars class here at the Coast to Coast Racing League Mini Olympics, presented by MXB Factory and 223 Performance Racing.
I'd say I've seen some beautiful days. I've walked countless coastlines, awoken to mountaintops. I have seen death and birth and kissed good lips. I don't need a music machine telling me what a good story is. And matter of fact, I've never asked nothing from nobody. I've taken my motorbike down the Pacific 101 and I have stood atop the Empire State Building with my father. I've ridden the fear, although I was afraid every single time. I've learned that every waking moment is enough, and excess never leads to better things. It only piles and piles atop the things that are already abundantly in front of you, like breathing and chasing and slow dancing and love making, fighting and laughing. I am unhinged, unworthy, and distasteful to mostly everyone I meet. However, I am loyal to a fault to anyone I find kindness in. I do not and will not fear tomorrow because I feel as though today has been enough. And I got no hate in my heart for anything, anywhere, or anyone. And I think Fear and Friday has got an awful lot in common. They're overdone and glorified and always leave you wanting. Yeah, I think Fear and Friday has got an awful lot in common. They're overdone and glorified and they always leave you wanting. Kids are in town for a funeral, so pack the car and dry your eyes. I know they got plenty of young blood left in them, and plenty nights under pink skies you taught them to enjoy. So clean the house, clear the drawers, mop the floors, stand tall like no one's ever been here before or at all. And don't you mention all the inches that are scraped on the door frame. We all know you tiptoed up to 4-1 back in 08. If you could see him now, you'd be proud, though you think they's yuppies. Your funeral was beautiful. I bet God heard you coming. The kids are in town for a funeral, and the grass all smells the same as the day you broke your arm swinging on that kid out on the river. You bailed him out, never said a thing about Jesus or the way he's living. If you could see him now, you'd be proud, but you'd think they's yuppie. Your funeral was beautiful. I bet God heard you coming. See him now, you'd be proud, or you'd think they's yuppies. Your funeral was beautiful. I bet God heard you coming. The kids are in town for a funeral, so pack the car and dry your eyes. I know they got plenty young blood left in them, and plenty nights under pink skies you taught them to enjoy.
Alrighty, folks, we are getting ready to go racing here as people have loaded the gate for our 125 All-Stars main event. Let me switch over to the free roam camera. I mean, all eyes are going to be on this guy, Nick B, the 7-Eleven machine. But realistically, we're looking at the 817 of Splash on that SPX performance. KTM. Man, this guy is going to be he has been absolutely all night long. Won his heat race, won the motocross main event, and now we're getting ready for our 125 All-Stars Supercross main event. And the gate is down. Who's going to be the first to the first corner here? Ooh, oh man. It's going to be none other than Splash as he gets a great start. Lloydie in tow as Nick B and Drake get together. Oh, not a good start for Nick B. Lloydie trying to set sail here. All right, we're going to swap over to the TV cameras here quick as we get ready to get going here in this 125 All-Stars Supercross main event. Splash X out front, looking good as always. Great start for him. This is exactly what he wants to see happen here for his, well, I mean, clean sweep. I mean, this guy has not lost a race yet. He's fastest qualifier in the 125 division, and he is definitely looking to be a 3-moto sweep here. Lloydie trying to hold on to him, trying to get to the rear wheel and maybe clinch an upset here. Jacob on that Surgeco JLP ride in the 3-spot. Thunder in the 4-spot. Drake shuffling back to 5th as Nick B and Spink are out in front of him. Not entirely sure where they are. Well, it looks like 8th. Nick B trying to claw back. I mean, he's going to have to make some really essential passes as he does get that pass on Spink on the inside. Raises his hand up. I do have the new animations, so if you saw the leg swag, that is a hand raise. He's trying to let him know, like, hey, sorry about that. Made it rain you a little high there. But man, out front, this guy already 4.5 seconds. He is setting sail. Lloydie trying to get to the rear wheel of him, but I just don't think it's going to happen. This guy is trying to prove a point here. Jacob holding on to the 3-spot, but don't count Thunder, Nick B, and it looks like Handy Packs has made his way into the 4-spot. Only 17 riders on the gate out of 22 for this main event. Unfortunate. Ooh, a little mistake out of Handy Packs. That's going to allow Jacob to take that spot back. As they go side by side, he's going to have the inside preferred line. Will that allow Nick B to get... No, it will not. It will not allow him to get enough drive. I mean... Splash showed up. He's trying to put the beat down on these guys. Showing up and showing out here. Eight seconds on Lloydie. Unbelievable. This early on, I mean, we're only, 11.5 seconds into this main event as Nick B will make the pass on Jacob. Where does that put Handy Packs? It looks like Handy Packs is out in front of both of them. Getting that 3 in from the inside. Going inside. Oh, man, these 125s, they just don't have enough to get onto that tabletop. I mean, this is an outstanding race for third here between Handy, Nick B, and Jacob. I mean, all of these guys, even Spink, one mistake. If this guy's patient enough, he could capitalize on a mistake here, but for a lot of these guys, it's kind of set in... I mean, it's not set in stone. There's still a lot of racing left. But we've seen this guy dominate all day. Oh my god, is he quadding into that? Yikes. Splash absolutely tearing it up out there. He's not electing to go 3 over on that. He's scrubbing, staying low over that finish line as we head through the label rollers over the wall jump back onto the start stretch. Looks like Nick B has taken the 3 spot away from Handy. Might be due to some cuts out of Handy. Ooh, a little bit of a loop out there. I mean, they are closing the gap slowly on Lloydie. They're going to need a little bit more speed. Nick B electing to go the outside here. Still going to go double, triple. Not sure about that one. Maybe he just lost a little bit of traction on that outside line. So he's trying to get to the rear wheel of Handy, who, with cuts, I mean, is sitting in 4th. So Nick B has position as far as timing and scoring is concerned. So not too much of a worry from him. He just needs to stay on him, not let him get out in front. Lloydie, however, ooh, a little bit of a mistake there. This track is already getting tore up. You know, this track just seems to just get so one-lined. Oh, trying to go on the table, it's not going to happen as Carter's going to go a lap down. Man, Splash, 11 seconds. Just over halfway in this main event on Lloydie. Handy Packs and Nick B are going at it through the label rollers. He's going to go outside. Oh, and Nick B's going to go down. That's going to allow Handy to maybe get some much-needed time back. It doesn't look... Oh, it looks like Nick B just got going again. Oh, man, that is unfortunate. I mean, if you're Handy right here, you have to get going. You got to start making up time where you can. Scrubbing at everything, but coming up short, that's just not going to be it. I like that he's going 3 in from the inside to inside. Trying to get onto that tabletop. It's just not going to work. Looks like Lloydie was able to navigate around that lap rider. Let's see if the 557 of Carter will get out of the way. Does not look like it. Looks like he's going to stay in the main line, get into Handy. I mean, if you're Carter, why are you racing right now, man? Oh, not what you like to see out of lap riders. This is not for position here. This is definitely... you're going a lap down. I'm not saying you have to pull off the track, but definitely give way. Let's see how Nick B deals with him. As he's closing the gap on him here. Looks like Handy has caught the rear wheel of Lloydie somewhat. He's going to need a couple of good laps and then maybe, well, I don't know. We might see an aggressive pass for second, but out front, Splash. He has dropped his lead down to 8, just under 9 seconds. So maybe a mistake out of him, maybe getting into some lappers. Not entirely sure here, folks. But still a dominating ride for him. Whole shot. Hasn't really seen any contention for that lead. Lloydie trying his best to get to the rear wheel of Splash. Ooh, a little mistake there. Might allow Handy to close up. I do like that inside to inside line. It seems to be really fast. Just not enough speed to get onto that tabletop, unfortunately. Nick B, it looks like he has kind of fallen off the pace of Pax there. You know, this guy showed great speed in qualifying for this Supercross track, and, you know, that early moto crash, getting into the back of somebody. It's just tough to see, especially when, you know, we were maybe looking at somebody that could contend with Splash or maybe dethrone him. But it does not look to be that way. But now it looks like Pax has taken the position away from Lloydie. Timing and scoring still shows him in third, unfortunately. But maybe if he can just stretch that gap out, he needs 2 seconds on him. That inside to inside is so much faster. He finally gets onto that table. Yeah, it looks like he has closed the gap down a little bit more. We might be looking at a potential second here. If he can stretch out that gap just ever so slightly, as we have 4.5 minutes plus a lap left in this main event for the Supercross side of the 125 All-Star class. I mean, these guys have been doing an outstanding job of making clean passes. I haven't seen a whole lot of takeouts at all. I mean, I haven't been watching a whole lot of the middle of the pack. I'm sure there's been all sorts of carnage back there. I know Goat's probably dealing with a ton of carnage. Holmes going to go to lap down in this 125 class, which is surprising. I mean, this isn't a traditional Supercross track, but Holmes can hold his own as far as Supercross is concerned. But a lot of these guys are moving. It looks like Pax will take over the second place position from Lloydie. Lloydie's going to have to put on the burners here as time is winding down in this main event. Nick B, unfortunate. You know, he definitely had podium hopes. Definitely showed that he could potentially win tonight, but it just doesn't. I think those mistakes are going to cost him. Out front, the SPX Performance Rider, Splash. Man, this guy is showing up and showing out. Going for that quad single. That is insane. Getting onto that table clean. He is absolutely hauling. In a class dominated by KTMs. I mean, there's 2 bikes that aren't KTMs. Unbelievable. Splash coming into lap traffic. Spink up to 9th. Unbelievable. I mean, this is insane. I mean, I knew the lap times were tight, but I didn't think they were, you know, that tight. That he'd lap up to 9th. Looks like Pax is still receiving some pressure from Lloydie. I mean, it's close. Pax is going to have to be on his A game here late in this main event if he wants to solidify that second place position. Check back in with our leader here as he's navigating through lap traffic, through the label rollers, over the wall jump, back onto the start stretch. Minute and a half plus a lap left in this main event, and then, well, I mean, we will get started with our plus 25 class. I am super excited to call those races, man. I know all these older guys, they're really clean when it comes to racing. God, still going for that quad. Ooh, a mistake out of Splash. I don't think it's gonna make that big of a difference. It is gonna allow this lap traffic to come up, so now he's gonna have to make some passes again. Kind of spoiling a race as Spink is going to go down. That's going to allow Weremy by him. Looks like Pax and Lloydie are still in this heated battle. Only, you know, 0.4 separating these two guys. I'm not sure if cuts are playing... they might be. I think cuts are still playing a little bit of a factor here in this Supercross main event for these two. Oh! Who was that? Jed C absolutely murdered Pax in that corner. Oh man. I don't know if that's gonna make a difference. Jed's gonna get in the back of Lloydie. Man, we gotta get this guy out of here. Alright, time has expired for our leader. A couple of incidents with a lapped rider, allowing Pax to open up a 5-second lead on Lloydie. Unbelievable. Three corners left to go. We'll have white flag for our 125 All-Star class. I mean, Splash has been dominant this entire evening, sweeping all of his races, sweeping qualifying. Absolutely dominating performance by him. He is lapped up to 9th now. Turbo gonna let him on by. Good lapped rider there. Not as dominant of a performance as we saw on the motocross track, but man, still a dominating performance in its own right, as he has lapped up to Guion, trying to hold on. Ooh, he's gonna go down. Man, lapping up to 8th in this main event, but he has done it. Splash will get the three-peat with a Superman, winning all two main events and his heat race. This guy has shown that he is a force to be reckoned with. I am excited to see what the rest of this week has to hold for him. Pax will take the 2 spot. And Nick B clawing his way back. I didn't see any passes, but man, shout out to this guy. A never give up ride from the high-spec KTM rider, the 711 of Nick B. Man, holding on just enough to get to the 3 spot. Unfortunately for Lloydie, the 492 Sure Visuals Aero rider, he will finish just on the outside looking in the 4 spot. Drake on that Neverland ride will finish in the 5 spot. Jacob on that Surgeco JLP KTM, he will be on the outside looking into the top 5 in the 6 spot. Ren on the Suraku KTM, the 937 of Guion in the 8 spot. Turbo Sure Visuals rider in the 9 spot, and rounding out the top 10 will be Spank. Hey, we got the plus 25 class coming up in just a few moments, folks. I do want to talk to Splash, so if anybody can get a hold of him, I will send a DM in, or a message in the CCRL Discord, or if somebody on the Coast to Coast Racing League team can get a hold of him, I would love to talk to him about his evening of racing. But man, talk about absolute domination from that guy. Wow, incredible. congratulations to Splash. The guy was absolutely dominant throughout this series, both in the motocross and the supercross divisions. The guy showed up and showed out, but we're going to kick it to a short commercial break here as we get ready for our plus 25 class, and probably arguably one of the most exciting classes of the night. So stay tuned. We'll be right back, folks. Just kidding. We've got our, well, I mean, no real introduction needs to happen here. Splash. Man, talk about an absolutely dominating performance on the night. This was absolutely incredible to watch. Take us through your day, man.
Yep, so I got up at about yeah, it was pretty good. I didn't try to play the track too much, just to keep it fun. But really my goal was just to like get a good start, just so I don't gotta worry about the chaos, which I didn't do that in the MX, but thankfully I got through the pack pretty quick and just kept logging laps. I was really just trying to just keep throwing down hot lap after hot lap just to see if I could beat my qualifying time or whatever, which I think I did doing on the Supercross track.
Yeah, man, you were looking absolutely dominant out there. I mean, 38 seconds in motocross, a substantial gap, probably closer to the 20-second mark in the Supercross, man. I mean, you got off to a great start early on and just kind of set sail from there. Dude, I want to talk to you about this. I saw this in the motocross side. So that hip jump from that roller into the rollers, that stuck out to me because I sized that up when I was just playing a little bit early on. And I was like, man, if somebody can uncork this consistently, it's going to be a day ruiner for everybody else behind him. And it looked like you were the only guy on a 125 that could really do it. So
really?
Oh, yeah. I mean, a lot of guys tried it. They saw you do it, they sized it up, but they just weren't able to hit it consistently, and it looked like you absolutely nailed it every lap that you went for it. And I knew right away, I was like, man, if he's going to hit this every lap, whew, man, these guys are in trouble.
I think I did get it every lap but one. I jumped off the track one time, but once like a rut started forming, it was just basically like automatic from there.
For sure.
I did it on the opening lap. And jumped over like 3 guys, so that was pretty stupid, but I got away with it.
I mean, hey, it is what it is. We saw you get a pretty, I would say, not so great start in the motocross section.
Oh yeah, that was pretty bad. I was back there after somebody crashed up the hill.
But I mean, 2 laps and you had clawed your way back up to the lead. So I mean, and then from there, I mean, the rest is history. You just kind of set sail and went after it. But another line that I wanted to talk to you about was that quad line on the Supercross track.
Yeah.
I don't know how you were uncorking that on a 125, but there wasn't a single person that could get close to hitting that line.
Yeah, I wadded it a couple times, like back-to-back laps during there, but
hey,
I was just smashing into the face, letting the SPX performance suspension just soak it up and hope I don't crash.
Well, awesome, man. Hey, you racing any other classes this week, or is this the kind of your one and done?
I'll probably do 250 and 450 tomorrow, depending on how I'm feeling.
Okay.
I'll probably turn up.
Well, we will definitely be looking out for you there. I will be streaming the 250 and 450A classes, so make sure you send me your kit. Also, congratulations on your series sweep in the 125 class. You are awarded a so-called Designs Edit, so just get with me after this at some point in time, and we'll get all those details sorted out.
Awesome, man. Appreciate it. Good job streaming tonight. I appreciate it. I did send my gear in, so that is... Fortunate it didn't work.
Well, I mean, a lot of this is just kind of, with so many different classes and everything.
Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. You're good.
But I'll make sure I'll get that downloaded for the rest of the week, and we'll get everything put together. But yeah, congratulations, man. It's well deserved. You absolutely dominated today, and I mean, wow. We'll be looking for you in the 250 and 450 classes for the remainder of the week.
Awesome, man. Appreciate it. Thank you. Have a good stream.
Yeah, thanks. All right, folks. Well, we are getting ready for our 25 plus class here. We will have qualifying, and I mean, we're running it right back, and it's almost to the top of the hour of 9 o'clock. So we're going to be sticking with this throughout the evening as much as we can. We're going to kick it to a short commercial break here and wait for these lobbies to get loaded up, and we'll be right back.
Dangerous, mess up the brain like Angel does. The walk so crazy, them afraid of us. Piss the poison, the flow so dangerous. Piss the poison, the flow so dangerous. The tune go bang, so the players are up. The hands shaky, so we raise them up. There's the poison, the flow so dangerous. There's the poison, the flow so dangerous. can't pull me over. Space coupe, you gon' go to point, drinking sodas. I get high on my own, sir. Heard you gon' clone, sir. Stop all that messy gone, nigga don't wanna go. Diving off the stage in the crowd, it's a mosh pit. Yeah, shawty bad, but she broke and she don't own shit. Mama asked me, son, when the trapping gone. I been riding down. Bitch, yo, nigga, I been with a pocket full of cottage. Whoa, come on, I been chopper, aim it at your noggin. Had to talk about it in the top, I had to chop it. Niggas pocket, so I gotta keep the pocket. Mama told me not to sell word. Mama 17, I sang color t-shirt. Mama told me not to sell word. Mama 17, I sang color t-shirt.
Cringe.
I want to call you one. Is it okay if I call her one? Funky dog head bitch.
Okay, anybody, the person who's secretly stripping at night, would you like to stand up and just get it all out right here?
Vote, my ignorance is not for sale.
Your friend told me you don't understand the importance of voting. Apparently you haven't heard of my Vote or Die campaign.
Vote or die? What the hell does that even mean?
What you think it means, bitch.
I know you gon' bite this, I know you gon' try this. I don't recommend it. Back to that back to that. I know you gon' bite this, I know you gon' try this. I don't recommend it. Back to that cover up.
Alrighty, folks. Well, we have... Oh, sorry about that. We have qualifying underway for our plus 25 class, and I am super excited to call this. Alright, let me just get my overlay set up. Man, we got the motocross qualifier going up right now. Man, it's going to be an absolutely awesome night of racing tonight. We got the man, the myth, and legend himself, riding a 125. Kevin Fuela, the Motomart FTR. Out here, the guy that created the track. I mean, he's got more time than anybody on this, so we might be looking at a dominating ride from him in the plus 25 class. But hey, shout out to him. Absolutely outstanding track. Thank you to him for putting on putting up with ruts and getting this track pushed out as quickly as possible. We'll do a quick rundown. We got digs on that all south. Husqvarna, McBruv, the 107 on the TEC. Got Kerbal on the MXB factory. Mando on the Sure Visuals. Ruts, the 223 Performance Racing. Oh, on the Yamaha. Ooh, he's gonna go down. Jimmy on the East Coast Dirtbags. Kawasaki. Cricker on the BRS Aero. Suzuki. Shorty on the Finesco BFS. Or Black Flag Suspension, now that I know what that stands for. DLs, Nandro Jolly. Quigs, the MVMX. And I mean, none other than the 323 of Steez on that so-called Designs ride. We got Ranger on that MXB Factory Kawasaki. No, I swear. Ski Beezy. The MXB Factory ride. C. Davis. Got your mom's doctor. We got Squish. The MXB Factory, the 556 machine on that Kawasaki. We got Sosha. On the MXB Factory ride, the 739 machine. And the 938 of Slow on that 223 Performance Racing. Man, it's going to be an absolutely outstanding night of racing as Dizzle on that AOMX Pro Precision Factory Suspension FXR ride has taken the top spot in qualifying. We got Stowe in that TSC in the 2-spot. Mando on the Sure Visuals AEO ride in the 3-spot. Diggs holding on to 4th. Holmes, the 223 Performance machine, using Rider Plus. Unfortunately, not able to see his kit. Sean must be taking a smoke break, just sitting at pits, waiting for qualifying to start, which it definitely has. But out front, we got Dizzle and Mando. Will lock into these guys for our plus 25 class. This is an open division, so we will see guys on 450s here. So be mindful of that. I mean, you know, a lot of these guys that are riding 250s, they might be at a distinct disadvantage here with just how much power these 450s have. So I think we're going to see an outstanding ride out of Mando, out of Dizzle. I mean, this guy, we all know him. He can move, so he's happy to be racing vet motocross. I mean, I'm here for it. As he closes a gap on Ruts, going side by side over that step up one more time, just getting the power to the ground. Oh man, it's going to be a great night of racing here tonight, folks. I will tell you this, I am running out of steam. There we go. Sean finally decided to get onto the track. The 323 or the 33 machine. Rocking the so-called Designs bike that he runs for the Supercross series. Don't blame him. But out front with a 145.407, that's going to be the 716 Dizzle on that AOMX Pro Precision Factory Suspension FXR ride. Mando in second, not too far off of him. And Stowe holding on to third. These guys are right next to each other in qualifying. Oh, it looks like Mando did go down, so Stowe will have, looks like he is on a burner here. Now, I want to remind people, we'll take a look. It hasn't changed from previous. There might be an abbreviated schedule with heat races and whatnot, just due to stream coverage and everything. But tonight's format, we are doing a 15-minute motocross qualifier where the top 36 will advance. After that, we will have a 15 plus 1 lap main event for the motocross side of the track. After that, we will have a 10-minute qualifying session to decide who goes to what heat race. After that, we will have 2 7-minute plus 1 lap heat races where the top 11 will advance to the main event, the final race of tonight, a 15 plus 1 lap main event for the Supercross side of things. So, just stay tuned, folks. It's gonna get gnarly. I mean, vet racing, it's so good. Oh, Holmes. Holmes going to take the top spot with a 145.36. Only 4/100ths of a second over Dizzle. I mean, normally I see this guy riding the Cowie. I am surprised to see him. I believe he might be on a 450 here. Yeah, I mean, that guy is cruising. Holmes looking absolutely outstanding out here. Shout out to this guy. Oh yeah, he's definitely on a 450. Well, Kurt, sad to see you walk away from plus 25. I definitely think this would have been some of the best racing of the night. There's going to be a large spread here, but I know it being 10 o'clock your time on the East Coast, yeah, it ran a little long. I know these formats can run long. There's a lot of moving parts tonight, ruts, and all of the crew over at Coast to Coast Racing are trying their best to get everything dialed in and try to make it a good event. So, you know, things happened, and a lot of these guys are staying up late for the plus 25 race, which, you know, is what it is, but hey, we're here for it. Holmes out front, Dizzle holding down the 2 spot. I mean, I know this guy can find a little extra time. Mando in the 3 spot. We got Diggs on that all-south racing, or all-south Husqvarna. He's going to be in the 4 spot. Stowe moving all the way back to 5th, 224 machine on the TSC KTM. Your mom's doctor, that DWR Husqvarna, he will be residing in the 6th spot. The 556 of Squish on MXB Factory Kawasaki, he will be in the 7th spot. Kerbal, his teammate, in the 9 spot. Quiggs in the 10 spot. And none other than the man himself. That actually might be hard to tell. Doesn't sound like a 125. He might be riding a 252 stroke. Pipe looks a little different, but Kevin Fuela, or Qin Fuela on that Motor Mart FTR. Guy that made the track himself. Out here racing plus 25 class. We'd love to see it. Awesome job, man. I know Ruts appreciates you for putting on this, all the banners. I gotta show love. Showing love for myself, my brand. I appreciate it, man. This track is awesome. It looks great. The ruts, the roughness, everything. I know Gatorback is a tough track to make just because, well, it's not a really good track in general. But it is a fun event, and he definitely did a good job on this one. Holmes still holding down the top qualifying spot for this plus 25 class. Dizzle has closed the gap to only 2/100ths of a second, though. So I mean, it's anybody's game here. Mando still just sitting under a second off these guys. Sean all the way back in 22nd, or Steve's on that so-called Designs ride. He's gonna have to put the pace in now. Ooh, as he goes over the berm. Trying to get back on track. Let's check back in. We got Ruts on that 223 Performance Racing and series host. Brand new gear, One Industries. Said I had a conversation with him earlier this week trying to figure out everything that was going to go on with this series. He said he was going to One Industries, try to make be one of the standouts as far as gear is concerned in this community. I know we see it time and time again. It really seems like Alpine Stars and FXR really dominate this game as far as kits are concerned. And don't get me wrong, like, the kits are cool, but man, there's a lot of it. But it's good to see some different stuff. I know Ruts was learning Photoshop this week, and I gave him some words of wisdom. So hopefully takes that into consideration. We got Slow also on the Yamaha, rocking the new gear, and I believe a helmet color change, as he is locking into the so-called Designs rider. Former teammates, you know, it's always good to see these guys out here. I know Slow and I have been battling tooth and nail in the the Supercross series. He's definitely gotten a lot faster. I will say that. As far as hot lap speed is concerned, this guy, you know, he started out at GRD, very green. It's really cool to see his progression this far, and he is definitely somebody that I look to see, you know, as close as he can be to my qualifying times. But hey, he looks good tonight. Currently sitting 12th in qualifying. But out front, man, Holmes still holding on to that top qualifying spot. Him and Dizzle are sitting side by side. Looks like Dizzle might be on a heater, but no, not enough. These two front runners here. Time is running down. We got Nandro Jolly currently sitting 8th. The 217 machine. Making his way through the switchback section. 1 minute left of qualifying. As Holmes goes over the finish line. Probably see the checkered flag this time by. Realistically means one last lap for Dizzle to make a run at the fastest qualifier. I mean, 2/100ths. That's basically the same lap time here, folks. I know, like, the plus 25 class, a lot of these guys, you know, we got to get up, go to work tomorrow. So having this be the last race of the night, it's going to be a quick show, that's for sure. I have to imagine Ruts is going to try to get everybody to bed as soon as possible. But I do appreciate these guys showing up late in the evening. Especially the East Coast guys, you know, they're probably not going to get done race until bare minimum midnight tonight. We will try our best to keep this show on the road. I know things are going to be moving quite quick. Time has expired in the plus 25 qualifying session. Right now, we're on board with Dizzle on that AOMX Pro Precision Factory Suspension FXR KTM as he is making one last-ditch effort to try to improve his lap time and be the fastest qualifier tonight. A little bit of a mistake there. Can he get it done? And he will unfortunately not. He will tie Holmes for the top spot. I have, in all of my time watching, racing, calling races, you name it, I have never seen a perfect tie. Look at this, folks. 0.00 as far as quali is concerned. Oh my God. Wow. A 1:45.363 for Holmes. He will be our fastest qualifier. I mean, we're probably talking about this is the exact same time. Dizzle and Holmes running the exact same lap time. Incredible. Mando on that Sure Visuals ride in the 3-spot. Diggs in the 4-spot. Stowe rounding out our top 5. Your Mom's Doctor in the 6-spot. Squish on that MXB Factory Kawasaki in the 7-spot. Nandro Jolly, the 227 or 217 KTM rider in the 8-spot. Fuela. I mean, outstanding ride for him in the 9-spot. Shout out to him. But hey, we've got qualifying coming up here or not qualifying. We've got our main event coming up here in just a short amount of time. So we're going to be right back. We're going to get loaded into that server. I know it's going to take a very short amount of time to get these lobbies up. I know Ruts and team are doing their best to get everything sorted out. Wow. Talk about close. I have never seen it that close before, guys. A moment, I would love if Kewen would come and talk before we get this main event underway. Ruts, I don't know if you're listening to the stream or not, but if you could reach out to him and see if he wants to come in for a quick interview, that would be awesome. Well, as we wait for Kewen, we'll talk to the 223 performance rider, Holmes. Man.
Hello.
Fastest qualifier in the plus 25 group, but, I mean, a straight up and down tie.
Yeah.
.00. Man, like, unbelievable.
I think you might want to check the results again. I am not the fastest qualifier.
Oh, well, out of A group you were.
But out of A group, yeah. But yeah, Dizzle, it is showing actually. Dizzle and I have the exact same. In the server, it was showing I had 1 millisecond on him. But yeah, it's gonna be some tight racing for sure.
Did you switch to a 450?
I did, yeah.
Okay.
Well, just for this race, we'll see.
Yeah, I saw that. I was confused. I mean, normally we've seen you on the Cowie 250 for the Supercross series, but hey, I mean, fastest qualifier out of A group on a 450. Do you spend a lot of time on a 450?
Almost zero. I won't lie to you.
Okay.
I feel like riding the 450. I don't know. I know this isn't a 450 track. I know that 250 is almost just about the same, but just with how tight this track is and everything, I feel like hole shot's going to be a really big deal. So I'm going to ride that 450 just to get that good start off the gate and hopefully not go too far back in the pack.
Well, I mean, it definitely shows that you have the pace. You're fastest qualifier out of A group. We'll definitely be looking for you in the rest of the 25 plus 25 main.
Yeah, sounds good. I'll hope you call on me a little bit during the race.
We will definitely be doing that. Oh man, folks. Hey, I just want to give a quick shout out to all the people that have been watching the stream tonight. It's been a long time since I've done this. I know a lot of you folks are probably returning viewers from the CCRL Outdoor Series, which was an absolute blast call. Normally I would have my co-host Sean, aka Steez, in studio, but he elected to go racing tonight in the plus 25 class and apparently made it. So shout out to Sean putting a so-called designs bike in the main events tonight. Lord knows he won't be sleeping anytime soon, so it does not surprise me that he's out here racing late at night. But hey, we're just getting ready for our plus 25 motocross main event, and honestly, I really got to imagine that we're going to be looking at probably running an expedited schedule here, so the heat races will probably run side by side, just to try to get things wrapped up tonight, because I know, well, myself personally, like, I would very much like to go to bed, and all of our guys that are racing on the East Coast, they definitely want to do that. So, whatever Ruts and the Coast to Coast Racing team decides, that's up to them. We're just waiting for all of the qualifying results to get gathered in and get the white lists ready to rock and roll here. So we're going to kick it to a quick commercial break, and we'll be right back here for the Plus 25 motocross main event. All right, folks. Well, we are just getting loaded in here for our Plus 25 motocross main event. Man, it has been an absolutely outstanding night of racing so far. I am super excited to continue calling all the action, but man, talk about a barn burner. I've never in my entire MX Bikes history seen a tie in qualifying. So we've got a little bit of time here as people are loading in, getting ready. Oh man, you can tell I am tired. But hey, we'll run down the lobby here real quick. We got Sosha, we got Nandro Jolly, we got Reigns, we got Stowe, we got Skeep Easy, Moore, and Kerbal Red on that Norms Co ride. Just Slew, Sober, Mirzi on the Norms Co. Ruts on the 223 Performance Racing, Fizzlenog, Squish on the MXB Factory ride, Steezus Christ, All South, Holland on that TSC ride, Jimmy Two Turn, WCP, McLovin, Sure Visuals, Jepsy, Dizzle, second fastest qualifier. Well, I mean, basically fastest qualifier out of A group. Ranger on the MXB Factory, Steez on that so-called Designs ride, Jamalicious, Diggs, All South, Quigs on the MVMX, Shorty, Finesco, Ragged Out, Coxie, Normsco, Mando, Q and Fuela, man himself, Ellie, and your mom's doctor, D Elves, Seymour, Holmes, Slow, and Moose Vision. Oh man, it's gonna be a great night of racing. Sorry about that. Man, I apologize. It's been a long night. Normally I am either just getting into it or just about to wrap up here. But we got a lot of racing still ahead. Alright, well, we'll do a quick fit check for a lot of these guys as we wait for this main event to get started. Let's go take a look. I know a lot of these plus 25 guys sent in their stuff. So we'll head over to the pits, see what everybody's got rocking. I mean... Ooh, somebody loaded in with a different bike. Uh-oh. Got Skeep Easy and Kerbal. Oh yeah, we're getting ready to go racing, folks. For the plus 25 class. Oh, they adminned it. Alright, well, we'll swap this back over to drone cam while we wait to get back into the server. Oh man, definitely a long night of racing. That is for sure. But I'm sure we will have this same amount of racing tomorrow with the 450A and 250A, which I will be streaming. Excited to help Ruts out. You know, I know everybody appreciates having these races streamed and whatnot, but it's definitely a long-winded process. I know people enjoy racing just as much as they see, you know, being able to see their names or hear their names called and see their race live. So we try to do a good job over here at So-Called Designs. Just waiting on getting loaded in here, folks, and I'm sure we will get right into the racing. Just waiting for a couple more folks to sink in, and we will get started here. It's been a really exciting night of action, and you know, I really do love the fact that I am coming in and calling all the action for the vet class. No, it's definitely it's gonna be clean. For the most part, there might be some takeouts here and there, but for the most part, these guys, you know, they know how to ride. They're not going to absolutely send you across the track. Most guys would rather just keep it on 2 than explode their race, try to make an impatient pass. But hey, we got some heavy hitters in here. We got Mirzy on that Normsco ride. We got Dizzle. We got Holmes. Just a couple more moments here, folks, and we will get ready to go racing. Do a quick fit check while we wait, I guess. Might as well. Let's go check in over at the pits. Looks like a lot of guys are just having fun out here. Maybe some guys getting some Supercross practice in. Q and Fuela rocking the 2-stroke. Squish on that MXB factory ride with the B plates. Love to see it. Who else we got? Slow on that 223 performance racing machine. New Yamaha. Oh man. Hey. Oh, that's me. I was gonna say, I know that bike. Let's just take a quick look here. Sean showing up and showing out. Probably going to take us a quick smoke break. Absolutely love this bike. Super fun design to come around on the gray and burnt orange. Oh yeah. So we're waiting for everybody to just get loaded in here. Andrew's saying he's going to let everybody go in the first corner and see how far he can climb. Guys getting some much needed Supercross practice in. All right, well, we know what that means, folks. We are lining the gates here for the plus 25 class. We're getting ready to go racing. One to watch out for right here, Dizzle. We have loaded the gate. We are getting ready. 18 seconds, folks. Revs are up. Everybody's getting excited to go racing and probably go to bed here. Start sequence has started. The 15-second board is up. Revs are up. And the gate is down for our first moto of the plus 25 class. Who's going to be the first to the first corner? Looks like it's going to be Coxie on that Normsco SPX ride out front early on as we head into the valley. Holmes throwing him a wheel though. Great start for Holmes and Coxie. All right, well, we're going to switch over the TV cameras and call all the action from there. Out front, we've got Coxie on that Normsco SPX. KTM in tow. We've got Holmes on that 223 Performance Racing. Stowe's going to get put on the ground. That might allow Mando. Yes, it will allow Mando into the 3 spot. Maybe a little bit of cuts there. It's hard to tell, but out front, Coxie. A lot of these guys electing to go with the 450 for this class. It is an open displacement class, so you can run a 450 here. And honestly, I think a lot of guys would be selling themselves short. It's not a 450 track per se, but you know, having that extra power to get a good start and get out front, it's definitely going to be worth it. Reigns and Holmes going at it. Oh, as Reigns is going to go down. Holmes taking over the 2 spot over Morin on that Prospect Designs Kawasaki. But out front, Coxie, Normsco, SPX, KTM, showing them how it's done. 6 seconds already. Morin taking over the 2 spot. Stowe in 3rd. Ooh, Holmes will take over the 2nd place position again. A little bit of cuts might come into play here. Electing to go 450. Seems to be playing out well for him there in this 25 plus class. Where is Dizzle? Oh, Dizzle buried all the way in the back, just in front of Steez on that so-called Designs ride. Unfortunate for him. But out front, Coxie, Morin, and Holmes locked in a fist fight here for the 2nd spot. Ooh, Morin's gonna make the pass on him down the start stretch as we head into this valley here. Holmes gonna go outside. Will he have the drive? He doesn't. Ooh, staying up the inside of him. Morin just got a little bit better of a drive there. Can he set sail and get to the rear wheel of Coxie, however? Still holding it down in 4th, not too far off of Mango, or excuse me, Holmes. in this plus 25 class. So definitely looking to see him put his mark on this plus 25 class. Been racing them all. Well, not all week, but the last 2 weeks in the Coast to Coast Racing League Supercross Series. This guy is a proven factor in the outdoor series. Second in points. Beat out by Mango by 1 point, unfortunately. But he is definitely fast and worthwhile watching. Oh my God, Coxie absolutely tossing it. This guy is on rails. Morin trying to get to the rear wheel. 9 seconds back. Holmes not too far behind him. With cuts though. Stowe now receiving some pressure from behind of Mando on that Sure Visuals AEO KTM. Oh, is he gonna go up the inside? He's gonna force him outside, back to the inside here. Oh, there we go. Oh, it looks like Stowe did end up going down. That's going to allow Mando to take the position over. Uh-oh. I have lost TV cameras. All right. Don't know what happened there. Morin trying to close the gap, but Coxie out front has withstood any pressure from him, opening his gap up to 9.5 seconds. Holmes going to make a mistake. That's going to allow Mando to the rear wheel for third. Mando does look like he has a significant amount of cuts, though. At least that's what timing and scoring is showing. Stowe not too far behind them, so a mistake out of Holmes could cost him 2 spots here. Stowe holding down the 5 spot right now. Sosha and Red on Normsco are locked in a battle for 6th right now. With Dizzle, who has clawed his way back up. Dizzle capitalizing on a mistake out of Sosha there for the 7th spot. Not surprised out of him that he's clawed his way back up all the way in the back to here. Well, let's check back in with our leader, who has opened up a 10-second gap now. Coxie on that Normsco SPX KTM. Absolutely setting sail here. Morin on an island now, as all pressure from Holmes has left the building. Stowe trying to stay on the rear wheel of Mango. He's gonna have to turn on the afterburners here, as we are just under half, or just over halfway in this motocross main event. Looks like Mando trying to mount a charge here on the back rear wheel of Stowe. Ooh, getting a little sketchy, going outside the tough blocks. A lot of these 450 guys not. Oh, a mistake out of Holmes is gonna cost him 2 positions there. Mando getting into Stowe in that corner, trying to claw his way forward. Sure Visuals, if you guys don't know, current streamer B-Rod does a lot of streaming for other race leagues. That's, I believe, his graphics company. Super cool. Morin trying to claw back any sort of time. Man, these 3 right here. I mean, we got a all-out 3-rider battle for 3rd right now in this plus 25 class. Mando still holding on to it as it sits right now. Well, Stowe technically with cuts. Currently sitting third. Mando out front of him, but with cuts, I mean, timing and scoring showing him 3 seconds back from Stowe, and Holmes even further than that. Which Stowe has gotten, Holmes has gotten around him. Stowe now feeling the pressure from Dizzle on that AOMX Pro Precision Factory suspension ride. Ooh, little mistake out of Dizzle there. Ooh, and that's going to cost Stowe dearly as Dizzle's going to get around him there. Mando now most likely will take over the 3 spot over Holmes. Holmes not letting go. Looks like Morin has closed the gap up to 7.5 seconds, though, with 4 minutes plus a lap remaining in this main event. Check back in with our leader here. So he makes his way to the top of the Gatorback section. Coxie on that Normsco SPX KTM. That guy is putting in the performance. Definitely showing that he is not to be trifled with here. Moore tried his best to get to the rear wheel. But man, these guys are on an absolute island. Holmes will take over the 3 spot in this plus 25 class. Outstanding ride for him. Mando in the 4 spot. Dizzle trying to get to the 5 spot. Probably will soon have that. Stowe on that TSC KTM in the 5 spot, but will most likely be overtaken by Dizzle soon enough here. Red in the 7 spot on that Normsco Kawasaki. Reigns on the Privateer CBS. Husqvarna. Seymour. No team. Interesting. Former AMR rider. Don't know if that's just an MXB thing, but maybe he has moved on from there. In the 9 spot and rounding out the top 10 could be Mearsy. On track, it's Mearsy, but timing and scoring show. Oh yeah, with cuts, timing and scoring is showing Sosha rounding out the top 10, and on that MXB factory, Husqvarna. Skeep Easy not too far behind him. Ooh, it looks like Sosha is going to capitalize on a pass of Seymour. That's going to allow him into the 9 spot. Skeep Easy moving into the 10 spot. All right, as things are tightening up here, Mando and Dizzle for this 4th position. Time is winding down. Coxie on that Normsco ride, the 960 machine, out front 10 seconds. I have to assume that we will still have time left on the clock as we're crossing the finish line here. Warren, 10 seconds behind him on an island, as they have separated themselves from the rest of the pack. Holmes currently sitting 3rd. Great ride for him. You know, this guy he's been doing well in the Supercross series. Showed up riding a 450 tonight. So congratulations to him on his 3rd place so far. Looks good. Mando trying to claw back a little bit of time here. Ooh, looks like Dizzle's going to go down and lose another position to Stowe here. It's going to be tough to say with cuts. I mean, these guys are fighting tooth and nail. Stowe going to take the inside on him. It's going to force him to the outside. I don't know if he's going to have the drive. No, he is not. Ooh, and a mistake out of him. That's going to allow Dizzle to make the pass and stamp it there. Oh, man. Everybody's kind of on an island here. The little battle between Stowe and Dizzle. Oh, another mistake out of Stowe. It's going to allow Red on that Normsco ride by. Oh, and I hear it. I hear that two-stroke of Kewen. Sosha and Seymour now battling for that 9 spot. I think with cuts, unfortunately, Sosha just has to stay close to these guys. He wants to maintain that top 10 position. Looks like Mirzi has taken the 10th spot away. Seymour not having enough of a gap between him and Mirzi, unfortunately. Mirzi going after him here. Ooh, a little bit of a mistake. Not able to get that hip jump line into the rollers there. All right, well, white flag is out for our leader. We'll have 1 lap left to go here. Ooh, Coxie getting into a lap rider. This is going to be Nandro Jolly. Fairly dominating performance out of Coxie. He got the whole shot and just kind of set sail. Never really had to worry about any pressure this entire race. One more time through these rollers here. Ooh, getting into some lap riders there. Two more corners to go and we will have our motocross main event winner. And he has done it. Coxie on that Normsco SPX KTM. He will be our plus 25 motocross main event winner. And Morin 17 seconds back, coming across the finish line in second on that Prospects Designs Kawasaki. Solid performance out of him. And just going to be able to squeak it in here. The 223 Performance Rider Holmes will take our final step on the podium. Mando on that Sure Visuals, just on the outside looking in. Dizzle on that AOMX Pro Precision Factory Suspension FXR ride, rounding out our top 5. Just on the outside looking in will be Stowe on that TSC. Reigns. Ooh, he's going to go down in the last corner. I don't know if that's going to make a difference. He can get going. Looks like Sosha will take 7th. Seymour in 8th, Mirzi in 9th. Red will round out our top 10. Reigns, a final corner crash will put him all the way back to 11th. McLovin, your mom's doctor, in 13th. Quiggs in 14th. Fuela in 15th. Skeet Beasy in 16th. Ruts and that 223 Performance Racing ride in the 17th spot. Jesus Christ on that All South Husqvarna in the 18th spot. Jimmy Two Turn will take away the 19th spot away from Steez on that so-called Designs ride, rounding out our top 20. Shorty on the Finesco in 21st, Ranger on the MXB Factory in 22nd, ragged out Ellie, ragged out 23 and 24th, and that will do it for our motocross main event. Congratulations. Hey, we're going to take a short break here as we get ready for our Supercross qualifying session, and we will be right back.
Wish I could tell you all the reasons I got swept away. I don't know why I'm here. Wish I could tell you all the reasons I got swept away. Why don't you put me first for once and spare me the
right, folks. We're getting ready for our plus 25 Supercross main event. But first, we got qualifying coming up here shortly, just to determine who is going to be in what heat race. Oh, man. Might go muted just for a second here, as I'm trying to quickly shovel some food down my gut. But, hey, what an outstanding night of racing it's been so far for this CCRL series. I mean, we've got some really talented guys out here showing up. I mean, Coxie absolutely dominated that first moto. Morin coming in second on an island. Shout out to Holmes on that 223 Performance Racing, rounding out the top three. So, you know, we talked about it a little bit in the 125 class. You know, these Supercross races, specifically this track, is really difficult to make passes on. So starts are going to be absolutely critical. So hopefully Coxie can execute again with another hole shot and prove that he belongs out front. Okay, we'll quickly swap over to our practice session. Looks like Dizzle has elected to go to a new motorcycle on that Husqvarna. As we're waiting for a couple people to load in. I mean, great ride out of this guy, the Normsco SBX KTM rider. Absolutely outstanding ride for him. And the motocross side of things, I can only expect the same out of him for this this Supercross event as well. We're just waiting here for folks to load in so we can get ready to go racing. Unless this is qualifying. Not 100% sure. This might be qualifying. If so, out front, the 716 of Dizzle on that AOMX Pro Precision Factory suspension ride. He's currently our fastest qualifier in the plus 25 class. I'm not 100% sure that this is qualifying. I don't think it is. It might be, though. If so, I missed quite a bit of it. But out front, we've got Dizzle. That AOMX ride. Holmes in the 2 spot. Rocking the Husky and new gear. Mearsy holding down the 3 spot. Coxie not too far behind him. I mean, it is razor thin here between these 3 for 3rd. All within 2/10 of a, or 2/100ths of a second. Old Sean on the so-called designs ride. 4 seconds back. Dizzle absolutely putting on a charge. He definitely looks comfortable here. This might be qualifying. I am... Oh, nope. It is not. They were waiting for everybody to load in. All right, well, based off of that, we've got... Dizzle was our fastest runner in practice there. Probably looking to set sail and do the same in this qualifying session now. A lot of guys electing to switch bikes between motocross and supercross. There we go. Sorry, folks. I was just trying to cram some food into my yap. I haven't eaten since lunch today, so... I mean, I anticipated these races to go long, but, well, here we are. So, out front, once again, that's going to be Dizzle on that AOMX Pro Precision Factory Suspension FXR ride. Definitely looking to put himself in contention for a win tonight. He looked good in qualifying for the motocross side. I'm just assuming a bad start kind of left him out to dry, and well, we know what happens there. Oh my God, Mearsy absolutely sending it off that roller. Currently sitting second. Morin on that Prospect Design, second in our motocross main event. Currently sitting third, 1.5 seconds back from Dizzle. McLubbin on that Sure Visuals AEO ride. In the 4 spot. Oh, as Holmes is going to put himself into the 2 spot. Go back to pits here quick. Start a new lap. And the old Aftermath Racing rider, Seymour. Check in with the old 223 guys. Looks like Slow is yet to put in a lap here. He's got company from Steez on that so-called Designs ride. Move him up to 20th. We'll go on board with Sean. Give him some TV time for a little bit. Rocking that new Season 12 gear, the all-white kit. I'm a big fan of that kit. very reminiscent of like Nick Thomasounis, who, if you guys don't know him from just like freestyle motocross or professional motocross, he was a former MX Simulator pro. I don't know if he still races anymore, but super good at that game. Definitely makes video game physics in real life look like a real thing. Super fantastic motocross rider, and the way that he can whip that start is absolutely amazing. Steve's holding on to that 12th spot right now. Coxie has moved his way into the fastest qualifier spot for the plus 25 class. Dizzle about 4/10 off, not too bad. But I mean, on this track, like 4/10 is quite a bit. These lap times are really short, so again, that's hot lap times. I'm not going to look too much into it, but these guys definitely have to be thinking about that. Man, the fact that these 450s can get that power out of that inside rut to triple is insane. Dizzle doing that quad line that Splash was doing on a 125. Ooh, he's gonna make his mark 4/100ths of a second faster than Coxie. I think Coxie might respond this lap. Here we go. Inside wheel tap. Oh, he's definitely got the drive through the label rollers here. Scrubbing off of that. Oh. Yeah, it's going to cost him some time. He's going to bail on the lap, go back, try it again. As he goes past Q and Fuela. Track Creator. Gatorback Cycle Park. Oh, inside the bales. No way that lap counts. Time is winding down in this quali/practice session. Coxie trying to make his way to that top spot. I mean, every second counts here. Scrubbing off of that. Oh, he's going to go down. Yep, bail on that again. Let's check back in with our fastest qualifier, Dizzle, on that AOMX Pro Precision Factory suspension. You know, this guy, I'd like to say is more of a supercross guy. Not that this track is a supercross track. Oh, he will extend his time gap a little bit more with a 54.449. Incredibly fast on this track. Oh, he's gonna loop out through the label rollers. We'll check back in with Coxie as he sends it off the label roller or label single over the start stretch. Man, this track is starting to go away quick. This track gets really one line very quickly, and when that happens, man, she can get slick. Oh, as he's gonna go down. Mearsy on that Normsco Yamaha, he's not too far off of these guys, so I wouldn't be too shocked to see him potentially put in a fantastic ride here. I mean, only 0.4 off of Dizzle. A good start out of him. You know, we could potentially be looking at another winner here. Oh my gosh, going for the quad single. Another quad. Wow. These 450 guys are really starting to uncork some of these big lines. Just goes to show what you can do to a track like this. 1 minute left in this qualifying session. Now, I will say this, you know, everybody's going to the heat races, so it doesn't really matter all that much. This is only to see what heat race you will be in. Coxie still trying to find that little extra time. He wants to be the fastest qualifier. 20 seconds left on the clock. He's going to have one last opportunity to do it as he gets in behind the fastest qualifier currently. He's going to go to the outside here through the label rollers, off the single, jumping all the way onto the start stretch, getting a little sideways. Oh, I don't know if that's going to be a time. I don't know if that's going to make his time any better there. Oh, and through the front door, and that will do it. He is not going to have another opportunity to do so. But man, all eyes are on this guy, Dizzle, on that AOMX Pro Precision Factory suspension ride. He looked kind of lackluster in the motocross event, but made his way back into the top 5. So Supercross is definitely more his style. I think will definitely be one to watch, especially with being the fastest qualifier tonight. Coxie in second, Mearsy rounding out the podium here, only half a second off. Holmes, shout out to him, another solid qualifying for him. 1.3 seconds back. I mean, these guys are going to be absolutely moving. Morin rounding out the top 5, Stowe in 6th, Seymour in 7th, McLovin in 8th, Fuela, track creator, the number 9 in the 9 spot. Sosha on that MXB Factory, Husqvarna in the 10 spot. And that will do it for our qualifying session. Stay tuned, folks. We're going to kick it to a commercial break real quick, and we will be right back for our Plus 25 Supercross main event.
Feel like you wanna run away. You're so gone, you're so dark, you don't wanna wait. You taking all these drugs just to numb all the pain. Do you feel okay? Do you feel safe? Do you wanna run away? Like, oh, I don't wanna die. Oh, just wanna feel alright. Oh, we can do this all night. Dance away our lives. Taking a pill she lied. She drift away. Oh, she drift away when she's riding down the straight, going by the 108. I fall away, oh I fall away, but I can't fall asleep, cause I just stay awake now. Under Miami, Tuesday I'm flying, drinking a bottle, running away, in a private. Why is you crying? Why is you lying? Stop, think, love, you should try it.
Push it. Push it, city. Hendrix. Hey, and back that boy, they back to the other day. Over that girl, they back to the other day. We fuck her till it's good, good. I got my customers in the hood, hood. I got my customers in the hood, hood. They know I got that wrist wrap covered. I had a ballerina standing on her tippy toes. And when I cook my dope, I'm standing on my tippy toes. Gotta put that work inside. Cook, 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 whip it up. Whip it up. Whip it up.
Stay solving all your problems. The last I checked, you were the one with the plug. But I'm glad we met. Here's a participation letter straight from Geppetto. So you wanna be down? My skin is my pedal. Say no to foul. In this life you're meant to fail. Just take a moment on the off. No one saved lives to prosper. Follow purpose just an honor. Proper. Yeah, it's always been about me. They see I struggle to be carefree. You've been testing my patience. I love, but I'm anxious. A life for the thankless, I know.
Got me blowing hollow tips. What you say to me, bitch? What you say to me? Yeah. What you say to me, bitch? What you say to me, bitch? What you say to me? Yeah. What you say to me, bitch? You ain't got them. Got me blowing hollow tips. You know we pop those. Got me blowing hollow tips. You know we pop.
Got me blowing hollow tips. You know we pop those. Got me blowing hollow tips.
You ain't got the.
Sleepwalker, you enter my dreams. When I drift off, you keep out the bad things. I'm not afraid to close my eyes when you hold me. Sleepwalker, leave a light on for me. You
Alrighty, folks, as we are waiting for people to load in for, oh man, unfortunate, another server disconnection, man. Alright, well, we'll kick it back. We won't kick it back to another commercial break. We'll be just, bear with me here. Some server issues going on, that's for sure. Trying to get everything whitelisted, I am sure. Little bit of a trouble here. Oh man, I know everybody's anxiously waiting to get these races done with so we can all go to bed, but I'm sure Ruts and crew are diligently working at trying to get this done. You knew it was going to be a long night of racing. It's tough. There's a lot of moving parts tonight, so when you do an event of this caliber, it's definitely tough. But hey, thank you for all the people that have came out and watched the stream tonight. I really appreciate it. All the people in the comments. Brian. We got Drake. We got Holmes. Fufa. We got Steez. We got Elite. We got Kurt. A lot of so-called designs, guys. We got Nandro. Oh, man. Definitely a tough event to run, and there's just so much going on, so it's difficult. Alright, well, we will kick it over to commercial one more time as we wait and prepare for the servers to be up, and we'll be right back.
I tried so hard and got so far, but in the end, it doesn't even matter. I had to fall to lose it all, but in the end, it doesn't even matter.
Riding for the so-called designs. Black Rat Company. Blue Chew Yamaha. Number 86. Dylan Carlson.
You better move. I feel good when I pull. I feel good when I push, 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 push. You better push, 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 push. You better move. No era necesario que me dejes el control. Cuando coges suena igual que el pie. You better move. No era necesario que me dejes el control. Cuando coges suena igual que el pie.
I walk out and swim like, I walk out and swim like, I'ma air that bit like, I'ma air that bit like, if I hit him with a G, then whole block out with that shit.
When I push and I pull, and I, sorry, hold up.
Cuando coges suena igual que el pie. You better move. Cuando coges suena igual que el pie. You better move.
You better move, you better shake, you better throw it back. Clean that cake, nigga, them knees, we getting patty mad. I'm throwing them in, so over your head like it's a red bug. I'm flowing on new shit, out of the lorry, killing them all fin. I walk out and swim like, I walk out and swim like, I'ma air that bit like, I'ma air that bit like.
I can flip the script 20 bar. Fuck the feature, man, shit's a bar. Two-stepping on the fucking scene. Stopping on your teeth, make your head ring like fuck the combination. Lil' hoe, fuck the label too. Lil' bro, scalping back TJs with rusty spoons and ash and cigarettes in 'em.
All right, we are back, and hopefully, well, it probably won't be for the final time, but I'm hoping that these servers are good to go. As people are getting ready to load in, we are going to get ready to go racing for our plus 25 vet class. Heat number 1. We will be running both heats simultaneously, as Rut is trying to expedite this process along so we can get ready to do that 15+1 main event tonight and wrap up tonight's racing. I do apologize for the delays. Everything's kind of out of my control. I know Ruts and his team are trying to get everything, solidified and get this rolled out so we can get going here for tonight's race. But nevertheless, the folks that show up, it's definitely going to be a good night of racing. I expect these guys to really show up and show out. So, just waiting on a couple more folks to load in. 6 minutes left, and then we will get going here. Oh, this might be the main event. Wait, no way. Oh, I'm sure he'll admin it, swap it over. Oh, man. What a long night of racing, folks. I know I've been streaming since 5:30 today, so 5 hours consecutive. What a long stream. With an event this size, man, it definitely it takes a toll on you. But I'm going to try to keep the energy high. I know a lot of you could probably tell it's getting to the point where I'm like, oh man, I just want this to be over. But here we are. Just waiting on a few more folks here and then we will get started. Man. A lot of dead air tonight. Normally I have a co-host with me, but unfortunately wasn't able to get somebody to come in and be able to do this. I know a lot of guys were probably trying to race the event, which is what it is. Can't blame them for that. Also, can't blame guys for not wanting to stay up till 11 o'clock. Hey, but we know what that sound is. We're getting ready to go racing here, folks. Oh, man. It's going to be a good one. I have a feeling. Guys are loading the gates now. Light gate. Well, no, not a light gate. We got 13 people taking the top 11 into the main event tonight. Got Mirzi and Morin and Q and Fuela. All right, who's going to be the first corner? Revs are up. Gate is down for this first moto. Looks like it's going to be Morin. Oh, he gets into the back of somebody, so that'll be Kerbal on that MXB factory ride out front. Looks like Jules? Jules, Morin, Kerbal, Holland, Dizzle, Rutt's gonna go down in that rhythm section. That's gonna allow Seymour by. All right, we'll swap over to the TV cameras here in just a second. Kerbal out front. Ooh, a mistake out of him. That might allow Morin. No, it's going to be Jules on that OG's Arrow KTM to the lead. Morin actually is going to sneak by him there. As we head through the label rollers. Out front early on. Ooh, a little mistake out of Morin. Causing a little bit of a pile up there. It looks like Dizzle went down. He is mounted and re-going now. Not what you want to see. Looks like Jules just behind him here. Seymour third on the track. Third position there. Your mom's doctor in the 4th spot. Kerbal on that MXB factory rounding out our top 5. Holland just on the outside looking in. D. Alves on that TDMX in the 7th spot. Mearsey in the 9th spot as Q and Fuela will take that over. Ruts, that 223 PR. Ooh, getting a little squirrely. That's going to allow Dizzle by. Ooh, Ruts going to go down. Mearsey currently sitting in 11th. Final transfer spot. More on that Prospect Designs Kawasaki out front. Showing people how it's done. Jules on that OG's aerial. KTM in the 2 spot. Your mom's doctor and Seymour battling it out for that 3rd place position. It looks like Holland and D. Alves going at it for 5th. Tight racing here, that's for sure. Looks like Kevin Fuela and Mearsey are going after it now for the 9th and 10th and 11th for Ruts and Dizzle. Not a great showing for Dizzle. As time is running down, we have just over a minute plus a lap here. I think we will see... I don't think we're going to see 2 laps to go. I think we got 3 laps left to go here in this heat race before we will be heading over to our final race of the evening, the Plus 25 Supercross main event. Out front, though, Morin on that Prospect Designs Kawasaki, 6 seconds in front of Jules on that OG's Arrow. KTM, your mom's doctor. That DWR Husqvarna sitting in the 3 spot with Holland on that TSC Yamaha. Sitting just behind him in the 4th spot. D. Alves in 5th. But he's got Dizzle hot on his tail. A lot of change up here. Dizzle gonna make the pass. Now he's got Q and Fuela. Oh, his Q-In's gonna go down. Oh, excuse me. Q-In's gonna go down. That's gonna allow Dizzle and Mearsey to make their way into 6th and 7th. As Mearsey has set his sights on Seymour. I mean, you can just tell the raw 450 power out of these guys. Trying to make it work here. Dizzle, ooh, getting a little sketchy there going for that quad. It's going to allow Mearsey to capitalize on that. Jules getting thrown off track now. Time has expired, but as I predicted, we will have 2 laps left to go here in this Plus 25 heat race number 1. Morin on that Prospect Designs. I mean, absolutely dominating performance. Ooh, it looks like Holland made a mistake. That's going to allow a lot of people by. Ooh, Mirzi making a mistake as well. So Jules. Ooh, your mom's doctor. He's off the track. So now, tough to say. Dizzle has a lot of cuts here. As white flag has flown for Morin on that Prospect Designs. We'll snap back into this second place battle. Jules going to make a big mistake. He's going to go off the track. That will allow Dizzle to take the position away. Seymour currently sitting third on the track, but with cuts will put him back to fourth. Your mom's doctor holding on to the third position. White flag is waving this time by. Looks like just about everybody except for Jepsy will make it into tonight's main event. But he has done it more. Oh man, a last corner mistake. Not what you want to see. Morin has crossed the finish line. He will take our plus 25 heat race #1 win. Dizzle, despite all odds, has made his way into the 2 spot. Mirzi will take third away from your mom's doctor. Will end up fourth. Seymour in fifth. Holland in sixth. D-Alves in seventh. Fuela on that Motormart FTR. Gas 125 will be in the 8th spot. Jules will end up 9th. Ruts rounding up our top 10. Jepsy into 11th. And oh no, Kerbal's lap didn't count. So that's going to send him back home. Unfortunate for the MXB factory rider. That will do it for our heat races. Stay tuned, folks. We're going to be right back. Try to get this wrapped up for you guys as we go to our plus 25 Supercross main event.
Sunshine beating on the good times, moonlight racing from the grave, string band playing more of that honky tonks, pretty young thing going dancing in the rain. High heel lady spitting at the Nicky Jacks, businessman with a needle and a spoon. Coyote chewing on a cigarette, pack of young boys going howling at the moon. Hey darling, sleeping on the blacktop. Hey darling, running through the trees, honey. Hey darling, leaving for the next town. Lesson my set sketches up with me. Three dead in a crash on the number 4. 2 witnesses blown up high. Not sure whose will be done. You can call me a sinner for wondering why. Hey darling, sleeping on the blacktop. Hey darling, running through the trees, honey. Hey darling, leaving for the next town. Lesson my set sketches up with me. Tastes sweeter in this town. Could it be it's the same as the last? I swear I've seen your face elsewhere before, just as familiar as a bottle and a glass. Hey darling, sleeping on the blacktop. Hey darling, running through the trees, honey. Hey darling, leaving for the next town. Lesson my set sketches up with me. Hey darling, sleeping on the blacktop. Hey darling, running through the trees, honey. Hey darling, leaving for the next town. Lesson my set sketches up with me.
do is go out trapping with the shooters. Wrist game froze, you should see the way we do it. Sexy little bitch, you throwing titties at the window. You from out of town, but you know what we get into. All I wanna do is go out trapping with the shooters. Wrist on froze, you should see how I maneuver. Shorty say she down and up and flex with all the shooters. Shorty, all you gotta get ahead of all my shooters. I came in, I just pulled it off the lot. Sailing like a pirate, I came in with a yacht. I came up off a dropping out the spot. Tell me if you fucking, cause it's backups if you're not. I'm just flexing, too hard. Threesome, session, 2 bras. Every time I step out, shit lit. I just walked in, Heisman, you bitch. Boy, I'm trying to catch me with the shooters. Snow, I'm down to catch one if you shoot us. No more putting shooters in the Uber. They can't hop back in it when they. All I wanna do is go out trapping with the shooters. Wrist game froze, you should see the way we do it. Sexy little bitch, you throwing titties at the window. You from out of town, but you know what we get into. With shooters, wrist on froze, you should see how I maneuver. Shorty say she down and up and flex with all the shooters. Shorty, all you gotta get ahead of all my shooters. Oh, I came in, I just pulled up with the slab. She don't know her father, but her mama call me dad. Go designer shopping, copy, fucking up the tab. Rich for my stick as fuck, I had to brag. Harleys, diamonds, homie. Don't it get you horny? It's late, but I can't leave. It's lit, rolling, top down, my shit legit.
Shake me down. Not a lot of people left around. Who knows now? Softly laying on the ground. Ooh. Not a lot of people left around. Ooh. Ooh. In my life, I've seen people walk into the sea just to find memories, plagued by constant misery. Their eyes cast down, fixed upon the ground. Their eyes cast down. I'll keep my eyes fixed on the sun. Shake me down, cut my hair on a silver cloud, a broken sound, softly laying on the ground. Not a lot of people left around. In my past, bittersweet, found no love between the sheets. Taste of blood, broken dreams, lonely times indeed. With eyes cast down, fixed upon the ground. With eyes cast down. I'll keep my
Place you found me. Is anyone there? Wait. I need room to breathe. Let me float back to the place you found me. Found me, found me, found me, found me.
All right, folks. Well, the time has come. We are staring at a countdown clock before our final race of the night, our plus 25 Supercross main event. Man, it has been a very long night and a very exciting night of racing. I know my energy level has been kind of low for the last couple of hours here, just because I'm not used to coming in and streaming for 5.5 hours, especially at the first time back. But hey, we're here. We're going to be calling the action. I'm excited. Looks like guys are getting synced in, so we should be starting here very shortly. I have a feeling a lot of these guys want to get this over with and go to bed, so we will just be waiting for that magic horn to sound off, and we will get going here. I do want to give everybody a quick shout out that has been watching the stream so far. Thank you guys so much. It's been an absolute honor. Sean says, did not expect to be this drunk by the time the main started. Well, I mean, if you have some medium rare ones, it will, that'll happen. A lot of moving parts tonight. Definitely a tough event to run, but Ruts and crew, they are trying their best, and for the most part it's gone pretty smoothly. It's just a lot of racing, a lot of classes, and a lot of events to go on, so it can be very tough for these guys to get all of their ducks in a row here as we're waiting to get started. I think we're just waiting on one more person potentially here. Yep, looks like we're just waiting on one more. All right, well, that is the sound we have been waiting for, so we will go ahead and get on the gate here. As we have one final moto left. 21 riders on the gate for this plus 25 moto, and honestly, it's really going to come down to Coxie, probably Mearsy, maybe Morin, Dizzle. You know, Holmes could get in there too. I'm not going to leave Holmes out of it. But definitely Coxie is the man to beat tonight. So far, he swept the motocross main event. 3 seconds left, and we will get ready to go racing here. All right, the revs are up. And the gate is down for our final main event of the evening. Coxie off to a great start up the inside. He's going to take the whole shot, get out front early on. Dizzle in tow with Mando. Ooh, Dizzle going to make a small mistake, get into Mearsy a little bit. Morin and Q and Fuela on the 125. absolutely barking here. But man, Coxie looks outstanding out front early. That's definitely the way that you wanted to start this race. As he looks to set sail here. Just behind him is Mando on that sure visuals. Dizzle trying to make a pass up the inside. Loses a little bit of traction. Oh, comes up a little short stepping onto that table. It's going to allow Morin to pull up. Dizzle trying to make the pass here. Time is of the essence for a guy like Dizzle, especially when Coxie is out front. You've got to make that pass quick, and he does. He makes it stick there. Going a little deep off that tabletop. I don't know if he anticipated to do that, but these 450s on this track, I mean, it can be really easy to do something like that. Inside, double, triple. A little bit of a mistake there. Coxie has already opened up a 3.5 second gap on Dizzle here. A lot of racing left. A lot can happen. I feel like we're going to see some lap traffic coming into play here as Mirzi will take over the 3 spot from Morin and Mando. Fuela in the 5 spot. Great ride on a 125. Smallest bike in the class. Incredible. Seymour not too far behind him. Jesus Christ in the 7 spot. McLovin and Mando going head to head. Stowe just outside of the top 10. Oh, looks like Rutz had made a mistake, but he will hold on to the 10th position. Ooh, Rutz getting shuffled back there. Holmes buried early on. Holland, Stees all the way back to 17th. Let's go back up towards the front here. Looks like we might have a battle brewing between Mirzi and Dizzle for this 2 spot. Sounds like somebody is idling off the side of the track. Don't know who that was. Out front though, Coxie. Ooh, Mirzi has taken the position away. Does he have enough to set sail and try to get to his teammate? Gets the inside, trying to take the line away. Dizzle is going to have a little bit better of a drive. Gets onto the table. He will take the position away from him. Move back into that 2nd position. I think that might be the 938 of slow. Yeah. Ooh, Dizzle getting into the back, or Mirzi getting into the back of Dizzle. That's going to put him on the ground. Is that going to allow Morin to close the gap a little bit? Yes, it will. Not enough to make a pass, but definitely be in sight. Ooh, Dizzle making a mistake. He's going to go over the bars. I mean, all that's really doing is allowing Coxie to open up that lead even further now. Mirzi trying to mount a charge back. This battle for the 2nd place has been very interesting so far. Mirzi going for the quad in that rhythm section there. Getting onto the table. Mirzi looks good. You know, he's definitely putting in the time. He hasn't let Dizzle get too far out in front of him. I mean, Morin's right there too, so like, if these two get into it. Oh, Dizzle makes a mistake. Oh, it's not going to allow him to get back on track. There's definitely be some cuts there for that. Is that going to allow Morin? Yeah, it might allow Morin to get to the rear wheel. He's a lot closer than he was half a lap ago. You know, these lines that these guys are taking are absolutely incredible. I mean, out front, Coxie opening up a 14.5-second lead with 9 minutes plus, or 9 minutes 18 seconds plus a lap to go in this main event. Oh man, it's gonna be tough for these guys to claw back, but he is coming into lap traffic, so I would expect to see maybe a little bit of a different performance from a lot of these guys here. As Mearsy has moved into the 2 position, Dizzle not too far behind him. Mora not able to capitalize on a mistake out of Dizzle just quite yet. But he's not too far behind, so I wouldn't put him out of contention just quite yet. So yes, Mearsy. Ooh, Mearsy makes a mistake. That's gonna allow Dizzle by. Where is Morin? Morin trying to capitalize off Mearsy's mistake. He's going to hold him off there. Dizzle going long again off that tabletop. Coxie is already lapped up to 17th now. That's going to be the 128 of Ruts. Jepsy going a lap down. As we are just over halfway, or just under halfway of this plus 25 main event. Dizzle now on an island from Mearsy. More, and everybody in the top 5 has kind of separated themselves out. We got a little bit of a battle between Q and Fuela and Mando here for the 5 spot. Absolutely incredible ride out of QN here. I mean, you guys are riding a 125 against 450s, and he is definitely holding his own. Just goes to show, like, you don't need a whole lot of power on tracks like this where the lines just really aren't that big. I mean, Mando is on a 250, so it makes sense that he would not be able to absolutely blow the doors off QN, but QN making it work on that 125. They might be closing the gap just as ever so slightly on Morin here. Not too far behind. Ooh, it looks like Dizzle has made another mistake, allowing Mearsy to just get a little bit closer as they head into lap traffic now. Dizzle electing to go long off that tabletop. I'm not 100% sure I like that line, but oh man, I mean, these 450s on this track, it's so tough because like the lines are really small. It's really easy to just over jump something with a bike of that much power. And I know a lot of these guys are so used to having, you know, the ARL Supercross tracks, which are steeper and all of that. But Mearsy has caught the rear wheel now, trying to make a pass late in this main event. 5.5 minutes plus a lap here. And Dizzle trying to ward off any passing attempt by Mearsy as they head down the start stretch. Oh, Dizzle's going to get a little squirrely. Get into Moore or get into Mearsy. They both go down. Oh no. Who's going to get back on track first? It looks like he is going to allow Mearsy to take the pass away. An unfortunate racing incident there. Obviously, I don't think Dizzle intended to do that, but unfortunate all the same. Dizzle will make the pass again, however. Oh, he's going to come up a little short. Maybe Mearsy's going to get around him. All the way out front, though. Wow. Lapping up to 10th now. Unbelievable. Coxie on that Normsco SPX KTM has proven that he is the man to beat. 27 seconds between him and second place. Incredible ride for sure. Man is well deserved. Plus 25 staying up this late. Ruts now has some leaders behind him trying to make his way through the pack here. In this plus 25 class, Mearsy going to go inside. Dizzle on the outside gets a way better drive. Mearsy trying to get to the rear wheel. Does get around Ruts. Ruts playing nice lapper there. Ooh, I do not like that line as Mearsy will make a mistake. Is that going to allow a little bit of a track re-entry, getting to the back of Ruts now, who's just trying to be a good lapper, but now he's got more pressure from leaders. He's got Morin and Mearsy. Mearsy trying to break away from Morin now, who will take over the 2 spot. Dizzle is heavily into lap traffic now, as time is winding down. Check back in with our leader here, who has lapped up to 6th place now. Or up to 7th, sorry. Holmes and Fuela will be just in front of him, and I'm sure he'll get to him now. Hey, shout out to Fuela. Guy's still holding on to 5th. He's thwarted off every bit of pressure from all these 250s on a 125. Guy is showing up and showing out. Trying to make it work on the buck and a quarter. He's got to pay attention here. He's got Holmes hot on his heels, and not too far behind him is going to be the 960 machine of Coxie on that Normsco SPX KTM. Check back in with our second place battle. Dizzle has moved, or is still maintaining the second position, as Morin on that Prospect Designs Kawasaki is dealing with lap traffic as best as he can. Oh, he's going to get into the back of Ely. Unfortunate. That might allow Ruts to once again pass these guys. You know, it's always frustrating for a lot of these guys seeing, you know, oh no, Mearsy's lap didn't count. Oh, heartbreaker. Well, now he's in a heated battle with Ruts for 16th. He's going to make the pass. You know, getting into lap traffic and not having a lap count. Oh, that is tough. More on that Prospect Designs. Kawasaki still holding on to 3rd. Looks like Holmes will take over the 5 spot from Fuela. But Coxie is not too far behind him. Wow, we're looking at a lapping up to 5th as he absolutely sends it off that roller. Only a minute plus a lap left. We will probably have 2 laps left to go in this main event here. Check back in with our second place position. I mean, these guys are absolutely buried here. This track has gone to shit in a hurry here. Dizzle still holding on to the 2 spot. Morin not too far behind him, though. Don't count this out. I mean, if Dizzle makes a mistake late in this main event, we'll definitely be looking at a potential pass from Morin. Trying to make it work on that Prospect Designs KX450. I mean, this track is just so not well suited for 450s. Oh, and just as I say that, that will allow Morin by. Morin will take over the 2 spot. Late in this main event. Check back in with our leader. Wow. We want to talk about a lead here. 34 seconds on second place. An absolutely dominating performance out of Coxie on that Normsco SBX KTM. White flag is waving for our leader here as he is trying to get around Holmes to lap up to 5th. Holmes going to let him by. Absolutely sending it off that single. Oh my gosh. He's just launching everything now. Oh man. He has found the cheesy Baboso bounce lines now. Making his way around this track. As he has lapped, I mean, this is incredible, folks. Just looking at putting Holland 2 laps down. Ruts 2 laps down. But that will do it. Coxie goes undefeated in motocross and supercross as he absolutely murders Ruts. Oh, no. That will be it for our plus 25 main event. Coxie, congratulations on that Normsco SBX KTM. He will go undefeated tonight in both motocross and supercross for the plus 25 class. Dizzle with a solid ride in second as Morin's going to get into the back of him. Dizzle will solidify his second place in the 250 class, or in the plus 25 class for Supercross. Morin rounding out our podium. Solid performance out of him. Amando on that Sure Visuals AEO ride. He will be on the outside just looking in. And Holmes rounding out the top 5 on that 223 Performance Racing machine. Man. All right, we'll give you a quick top 10 rundown. Jesus Christ, the 945 on the Husqvarna machine in 6th. Q and Fuelo, the number 9 on that FTR Moto Mart Gas 125. Solid performance out of him. 7th place. McLovin, 8th. 739 of Sosha, 841 of Mirzi. After his lap not counting, made his way back up to a top 10 to salvage that. Ranger on that MXB factory will just be outside of the top 10. Hey, but man, that's gonna do it for us tonight, folks. Whew. Talk about an evening of racing. I know a lot of people are very excited to go to bed. Thank you guys so much for sticking around. I would do podium interviews, but I can't imagine that most of these old dudes want to do that anyways. But hey, congratulations to Coxie, Dizzle, and Morin on their podium finishes tonight. Thank you guys so much for watching the stream tonight. I appreciate it. We will be back at 5:30 Central tomorrow for the 250A and 450A main events. Again, I am Dylan Carlson, aka So-Called Designs. Thank you once again for showing up, and we will be looking forward to tomorrow night.